Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. Took a couple days off. Thought I'd do some streams. Thought I'd say hello to you. Hello. Peace and respect. Don't really have an agenda or anything. I mean, promoting ancient religions, obviously, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what you guys want to do. Until however many of you decide to come on panel. This is a lot of hard work. I hope you guys appreciate it. I'm doing this work so I can transpose it by hand, write it out, and carry it with me so that I have a Bible with me should I live into end times, should the announcing miracles happen, should I be blessed with such fortune to live so long, or for it to come before I am too very ancient myself. This is Genesis 2, formally called in, say, the King James, etc., something like the creation of man and woman. I think that's too generalistic myself. So I've retitled it First Two Human Beings. And you could say something like the first two Homo sapien sapien. These in smaller text as something of a little personal note, or some of my observations, or footnotes and stuff that I didn't put at the foot. Following, we'll begin to explain the false claim of the right that Satan asserts over the man Adam and the woman Eve, and indeed that all of us are descendants of the father and his woman, that is Adam and Eve, the mother, and why this war of tyranny versus autonomy, that is Satan versus our kind. Why does that exist? Why does Satan want us at all? Like, why care? This section of text from 2:18 through 24 has been moved to more closely comply with chronology appreciated by the modern Euro-descent persons. In other words, I broke up differently the chapters and verses so that it didn't interrupt continuous thoughts. Spake ancient extant covetous false gods, and said, not advantageous that Adam be alone. I will make Adam an helpmeet for the reason of his emotions. For a point of clarity of what animal the emotional animal Adam came from will be defined using the story of the birth of Moses. That will come much later and in another book, not in Genesis at all. As most of you probably already know, the story of Moses is much later in the text, after all of this prefacing called the book of Genesis. And out of the natural animals, the ancient extant covetous false gods had formed every wild animal and every fowl of the air, and gave some of each to Adam, with some reservations, to encounter. And the emotional animal Adam, whatever Adam called every living creature he obtained, that was the name of them. And Adam gave names to all herd animals and to the fowl of the air, and to every wild animal, and Adam found them sufficient to help accomplish his purposes. And ancient, extant, covetous false gods caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and while under, essentially anesthetic, took from one of Adam's ribs and closed up the flesh exposed there, did not take the whole rib, just part thereof. And from the rib material, which ancient, extant, covetous false gods had taken from the emotional animal, developed them a woman, and in due time introduced her to the man, that is, once she grew up. And Adam said, "This now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh, she will be called woman, because she was taken out of man." You could remember that expression by "without of man," woman. Much emphasis was given here to express that Adam and Eve were the same, and everything around them very different, them being emotional animals. And it is true that human ribs are fairly superficial and do contain stem cells, which means you could take from stem cells from a rib to create a twin of, and in this case, a twin of, but female. FYI, UC, I think UC Berkeley, I don't know, several years ago, I don't remember the year, took stem cells from a spiny rat, male spiny rat, made a breeding female from nothing but male. And so, yes, it's absolutely plausible. Peace and respect to theological introspection, the Christian Carpenter, King Bluto, and, of course, Cryptomeria. Do you guys have anything? Let me read those real quick. Yeah. Tend to the ones you love directly, giving them the love and respect they do need and deserve. Well, good luck on your exam, Crypta. May you be blessed in that. May you keep peace throughout it and a sound mind. Therefore will a human leave his sire and dam, and shall hold fast to his wife, for they are the same flesh. And this suggests implicitly that others, like Adam, are about to be born by a gestational non-genetic mother, and why the father of all and the mother of all had no father, no mother, and no lineage. Because if you were the first of your kind, that would be the case. Incidentally, also the description of Melchizedek. And they say how they do that. Angels and or actually covetous. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the next section. Angels genetically change their own restricting that genetics to make mankind. That is, that we're a little lower than angels, but the same critter. And the Yahweh angels form mankind of the pulverized debris from the existent Adam. Guys, that's a good, clean translation right there. Not dust of the earth. Not dust of the earth. But imagine that. Genetic duplicates actually come from the same genetics. And thus breathed into his nostrils the breath of life through a surrogate woman in birth pangs. That is, a gestational mom, not a genetic mom. And mankind became a fully living soul. And I think this includes like the level of consciousness that we have over, say, cavemen or, critters that we see in our surroundings. And the Jehovah angels had planted a garden eastward in Eden, that is, already prepared them a home. And they emplaced the man whom they had formed. There you go. We were not here the whole time. And out of the ground made the Yahweh angels to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also, in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, I contend that this is right here, tree of life, also in the midst of the garden. It's the promises that the kingdom of God are within us, that we're in the garden and it is in us, which is why in the story of Gilgamesh plunges down through the waters, deep into the waters, or into the genetics of the people, and finds the tree of life, or the vine of everlasting life. And the reason that we can't find the fountain of youth, the tree of life, that sort of thing, is because we needed technology to increase. And according to Science Magazine, 2016, there would be 10 more years of research before they found how to free what is in our genome already, that we become not immortal, but eternal beings. That is, it's already locked up in our DNA. It just doesn't code. We could be perfectly self-healing, whereas now we quote-unquote age. And the tree of knowledge of good and evil is, of course, distribution of religions, the thing that teaches you good and evil, to what extent we know it. And of course, I do still hold that these trees of knowledge of good and evil, or the total tree with many branches, you could say it that way, is vastly misunderstood as religious stories, when the intention of the reader, although knowing that would happen, was not to write a religious story. We'll find out, Spooky Bedhair. Peace and respect to you. Come on in if you like. And a radiant flood of waters, or persons, because that's Mayim, showing a seminal relationship or genetic relationship, went out into Eden delight, that is, out of the place where we were maintained and into the garden, from Yahweh, where Yahweh was, in other words, we were in heaven, to refresh the garden, the total idea of garden, and to increase that kind of refreshment, which was eastward of heaven. And from there, it was parted and became into four principal things. That is, there's four principal things, according to the angels, about the earth. And it lists these principal things. The name of the first principle is scattered to increase, that which will be returned to the whole land of the travailing circle, or in earth, where there is shimmering water and fair weather. And when this earth was new and clean and fresh, I'm sure that is very true. In fact, until technology, there was only clean air and shimmering water and fair weather. Now, the word circle here would have included three-dimensional circles that we call spheres. There can be no actual two-dimensional circle, of course, because it would have no height. It would actually be invisible to the human eye if it had zero thickness. And if you drew a circle that wasn't filled in and it had height, or was filled in and had height, of course we call that a rod or a tube. And that's not what the word could mean, rod or tube. So circle is essentially the same as sphere, actually. And the shimmering water and fair weather of that land is good. It is a pearl divided, and there are pale family building blocks, as in living there. And the name of the second principle is bursting forth to be drawn up, the same that encapsulates the whole land of those in darkness. That is, we live in darkness on the earth, but we will eventually, we will eventually be bursting forth and drawn up. That is the ascension. Excuse me. And that is always the case in the land of darkness, or the earth, or not in the land of enlightenment, heaven. That's always the case. That's the intent every time. And the name of the third principle of having an earth is rapidly ancients went eastward and took a successful step. That is to say that the angels did this on purpose and it'll work. And the fourth principle is breaking forth in fruitfulness. That is, we are a complement, an addition to heaven. We are fruitful. We are a goodly thing. Little note. The European descent social mind may want these ideas compiled by category. I will do that here. Category 1, ideas of location, scattered increase, travailing circle, a pearl divided. Second category, ideas of angelic future acts, bursting forth to draw up. Rapid ancients went eastward, taking a successful step. Category 3, ideas of what is there. Shimmering water, fair weather, pale family building blocks, those in darkness, breaking forth in fruitfulness. Just in case your brain liked it better that way. My brain actually does. And the Yahweh angels took mankind and put him into the Garden of Eden to praise and comply with Jehovah and mankind to keep the garden. That is eventually. Although right now we're kind of maintaining, destroying. It depends on what part you look at. And the eventuality is that we comply with Jehovah, even though everyone's free to do whatever they want right now and always has been. And the Jehovah angels declared of mankind, saying, of every tree of the garden thou may eat freely, but of the affixed tree of knowledge of good and evil you will not eat of it. For in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die the death. Okay, so there's two kinds of death. It's either physical death or it's death of an idea, sometimes called a spiritual death. Like the spirit of Santa Claus, as Santa Claus as a real person, is dead in me. I no longer hold to that, although I did hold it at one point. And they were both spiritually naked, the men and the women, and they were not ashamed. And then it skips forward to today. Now the Snake Nebula was more subtle than any sign of the zodiac which Jehovah angels had established or repurposed. And space spoke to woman, saying, hey, hath God said you will not be nourished of any fact established throughout the garden? Won't truth edify you? Something like that. And the woman said to the Snake Nebula, that is, she's being tempted by things in distant space, we may be nourished of all the facts established throughout the garden. And as a special and interesting note, women, more so than men, many men, have been more than instrumental in our discoveries of space, but have been not famous for the reasons of male social dominance in the sciences. But we all know that there's oftentimes a lot of women backing up the men who get publicity. Take, for instance, the work of Mary Schweitzer, and the dominance of, oh, that's a good thing. I can't remember his name. Her boss, who's a guy. But of the fruit of the tree in the midst of the garden, angels have said, you will not be nourished by it, neither will you even touch it, or yourself will die. That is your sense of old self, your old ideas, things like that, which of course is true. Every time you have learned something, you have changed, and you are no longer the person who believed those things, but instead believe new things or different things. Yeah, women are pretty cool theological. They have an entire range of looking at things that I just don't have those eyes. It's really interesting. And the Snake Nebula said to women, ye shall not surely die. Okay, so here's the lie of it. This word die right here in context means your body stopping working, which is a form of death, sure. But is it the death that's being spoken of before, old ideas? I mean, you could say that the ship of Theseus died the first time some deck board was replaced. You could say it that way. And you'd be technically correct. It's not the same ship. But that doesn't mean the ship ceased to exist, did it? And you have learned things, and you have changed things, and you have had several deaths, and yet your experience continues. Yahweh angels do know that in the day you are nourished with facts of good and evil, your eyes will be opened, and you will be as gods, knowing good and evil. Well, of course you would. And then women saw that the tree of knowledge of good and evil is good for nourishment, pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make wise. Yes, definitely. So women, she, took of the fruit of it and was nourished, and motivated also men with her, and he was nourished. This is like saying women are more socially motivated and interpersonally relationally motivated, and encourage men to do the same. Which I think basically men are wild animals if they weren't for women. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, literally by cell death, theological introspection, you are not the same person when you awake. That's a fact. And the spiritual eyes of them both were opened, and they knew they were naked, and they sewed split-leaved and spiny-backed fig leaves together and made themselves damned poor aprons. Just poor. Horrible. Can you imagine if you ever touched a fig leaf? It's not gentle on your hands. There's little tiny spikes all over the back of the leaf, and they're split into fingers, like a 3-finger glove, and those fingers curl, and you couldn't hardly cover anything with fig leaves, and if you did, it would be very, very uncomfortable. So this is the idea of them covering themselves poorly and uncomfortably. But what are we talking about here? We're talking about after mankind develops science, motivated mostly by women to do that. And when I say mankind, I mean male and female. And then there being a paradigm shift and them realizing that they were absolutely ignorant of something before. That is, they were naked. And they knew it not. Yeah. But then they learned of it. Well, that's a big change. Well, spiritually, what would nakedness mean? What would ignorance mean? It means you hadn't seen the proof that you needed or the evidence that you needed to understand some new thing in a big paradigm shift. So it's like saying, I had no idea. This is shocking. Something like that. And what happened? Well, that explains right after that. They heard the audible voice of the Yahweh angels walking in the garden at the end of the 6th day, and men and women hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh angels among the trees of the garden. Later on, it also says things like caves, caverns, and mountains, all kinds of hiding places. I think this is very indicative of human nature and accurate, that if we saw heaven come into the garden, that is, heaven arrive to the earth, people would be, dying of heart attacks, pooping their britches. I mean, it's going to be really, really insane, people's reactions. And people will have every reaction you can imagine to what is essentially right now we would call a massive alien invasion. Try to imagine how people are going to act. Will they hide themselves amongst the trees of the garden? Well, we've already dug holes under the root balls of trees. We've already done that. This repetitive theme of mankind hiding himself from God can be found often, including Luke 23:30, Hebrews 11:38, Revelation 6:15 through 16, And on and on and on and on and on. Those are just some examples. And the Yahweh angels called to mankind and said, "Where are you?" That is to say, show yourselves. That is to say, come out of the holes. Everything's okay. Which is going to be shocking to us. We're going to be like, what? It's okay? So sorry I launched nuclear weapons at you. Mankind said, "I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was ignorant, and so I hid myself." Well, of course. Ignorant of what? Ignorant that there are other life forms out there, especially those interested in us because they are related to us. That is the ignorant part that we don't have. Of course, I believe in proper reading of the ancient religions, you could deduce nothing else. An angel said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you now eaten of the tree that I declared you could not eat of it under your own accord?" Yes, we will have. Yes, we will see good and evil. We will learn. These rhetorical questions is to point out declaratively that until this moment, none of the earth understood what was being described in their ancient holy scriptures, etc. And mankind said, "Woman, who you gave to be with me, motivated me to be nourished of knowledge, and I was nourished." And the Yahweh angels said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" And women said, essentially outer space, "The snake nebula and all of space tempted me, and I did become nourished of knowledge." Amen, brother. Technology. And the Yahweh angels had described the snake nebula in the book and wrote of it, saying, guys, check this out. This is like saying, we are directly telling you about your future discoveries in this book right now. We're writing in this book a prophecy of your future discoveries. Which kind of blows me away if you see that. I see it that way. Because you have done this, you are made a curse above Taurus, the bull constellation. It is declared, made, statement of fact. Cursed above the Taurus, the bull constellation, and above all the zodiac, on your belly you will crawl, and dust is in your mouth all the days of your life. And by the way, that's an accurate description of, should I just bring it up? Let's see. We got 7 people watching. Most of you are busy doing something else primarily. Okay, why not? So, stop screen and present and new tab and StreamYard and share screen and nothing on it yet, new tab and share. I want to show you just how easy this is and how horribly obvious it is once you look. Or at least I think this is just horribly obvious. So Snake Nebula is part of the Black Horse Nebula. Apparently also known as Bernard 72. So there's a photo of it. I'm going to try to bring up one that's fairly, of course, there's all different angles, but it's only from this side because this thing is really far away. This is not the Snake Nebula, guys. It's an artist graphic representation of what it would be if the part missing stars were the solid part, which is insane. But here's the actual Snake Nebula. Let's, how can we get a better view of this? That might be too close up. I'm gonna go with this one. Come on, go to site or something. Let's see. Open. Link in open window. Save the config. Where's the just open right here? I tried that. Come on, open right here. Where are you? Open right here. Tag on it. How about that? Visit. Now I got to change which one I brought up. Great. I'm such a pro. Continue to site. Give me a good photo of it. This kind of sucks. It's too blurry. Where's the clear one? I'm going to find the clear one. Yeah, that's a good one. Let me bring that one. Click, 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 click. Okie dokie. Let's see if I can make that bigger. No? Well, it doesn't like to be bigger, does it? Oh, come on. This is a link. How did it bring me to another link? All right, I'm just going to deal with it as it is. It's already full screen. But that sucks, and you guys can barely see this. Okay, I'm going to try harder. Sorry. Yeah, that's better. Oh, that's better. There we go. All right. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Boy, I'm just not very technically proficient. Sorry, guys. I am almost 60 years old, though, if you can forgive me. Finally found a decent rendering of this. There we go. All right. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that pretty good. Okay. So the Snake Nebula. Okay. So the stars are, of course, stars, galaxies, etc. And the mostly opaque place, that's a nebula. That's, dust and gas reflecting some amount of light. And keep an eye on my cursor here. All right, so try to track with me. Backward sloped ear. Backward sloped ear. Offset at like an angle. Eyeball. Eyebrow ridge. Eyebrow ridge outline. Again, at the same angle. Bridge of nose. Nostril. Skin flap over the nostril, and again, just no nostril, but like a, just the skin ridge over the nostril at, again, the same angle. There you go. Open mouth, tooth, lower jawline in like a, a dome shape under the jaw right there. You can see that. Back of the jaw or hinge, mandible hinge. So you have upper skull and lower mandible. Neck. There is, I don't like it, but I must admit, there's a place there that's just not very clear. It doesn't look like the body continues. It looks like it's chopped up. And it's chopped up again right here. And then you have like, the belly area, and the body continues on. And then you have this huge reversed spade shape. Again, at that same angle. See the same angle here, opposing at a 90 here. There you go. So you got this reverse spade tail, no legs, mouth open, dust in the mouth, blah, 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 blah. There you go. Snake Nebula. Now, it's not my imagination that they call it a serpent or snake nebula. I didn't get to name it. You watch me search for it. It's just called the Snake Nebula because it takes very little pareidolia, even in strictly scientific minds. Looks well fed. He's kind of fat, isn't he, Mac? Peace and respect. Even in scientific minds, to see a snake here, it just looks like a snake. It just does. And you can say this is Richard's pareidolia and confirmation bias trying to make the Bible true. And that's fine. But the reason that I found this is because this same shape is in the Euphrates River basin. And it's like by water levels, you can see all of these details in this same shape in part of the Euphrates River during floodplain. From 110, I think, to 130 feet of floodwaters. Depending on the depth of the water, you see different details. But you can look at an overlay map of the Euphrates River basin and floodplain, and you'll see this same shape. It's just mirrored. It's facing the opposite. It's facing exactly the opposite direction, with the Earth aligned to this constellation. And where is this constellation? I'm sorry, nebula. This nebula is within the 30 degrees of Taurus, and it's above the plane of our solar system. That is to say, it's cursed above the cattle, Taurus, and above all the beasts of the field, the plane of the zodiac. Crawling on its belly all the days of its life, just like is written here. Now, if that's coincidental, it's 100% coincidence. And I don't believe that it's possible to have 100% coincidence. Because you have done this, because you have been a motivator of women who motivated men to increase in technology and science, you are found. And where are you found? You are found in the Bull constellation above the zodiac. On your belly, you crawl. Dust in your mouth all the days of your life. And then comes the interesting part. If that's not interesting. I have put enmity, which is literal or emotional distance, enmity, between you and the woman, and between your seed, you saw all the seeds in it, and her seed, her fleshly carnal seed. And her carnal seed will bruise your head, and you will bruise his or its, the collective, heel. How could we possibly bruise the head? Peace and respect, Geo George. Dragons don't crawl on their bellies. They walk and even fly and breathe fire. Yeah, that's how history has them. That's how the mythology has dragons. That's true. But you, I'm sure you know that a dragon and a serpent are not necessarily the same exact physical creature. How could we possibly bruise this thing's head? It being having so much enmity. That is, we didn't even find it in the Horse Nebula, I think, until Hubble's telescope. Peace and respect, Doubting Thomas. Only flying dragons fly. Fair enough. It's a bit of a tautology, but I'm willing to accept it in an internal critique. Is the dragon's name Karen? It is true that the Snake Nebula is more subtle or harder to discern than any of the beasts of the field. That is, we can see the constellations a lot easier than we could see the Horse Nebula or the Snake Nebula within it, or signs of the zodiac, due to the great enmity, which is literal or figurative distance, between us and it. That is, we didn't find it till Hubble. Without women prodding men toward recent technology, which I believe they've been a huge encouragement, even sex and reproduction is a huge encouragement, and women are very curious. We could not have discovered it, showing the word is preserved and there is hidden manna, things to discern in this. This last sentence is predictive in that, in order that we bruise its head, we will have to pass through it. In order that it bruise our heel, it will have to be behind us. This indicates that when we leave from this earth, we will be piercing the Snake Nebula. that is the direction in which we will go and not necessarily our destination. Perhaps, since we're piercing its head, we're going to that galaxy that we right now see as the eye of the serpent. Yeah, it's a star map, which earlier in Genesis 1, it's saying that it's using the constellations as maps. We use them as maps for time. It declares we will. Of course, people already were, so that's an easy declaration to make. And yes, in order to find a place in space, the easiest thing to do it is have a recognizable object instead of, 7 azimuths that intersect? Something like that. I think it's 7. The Snake Nebula, also known as Bernard 72, was discovered by the American astronaut Edward Emerson Bernard in the early 20th century. Very good. What telescope was he using? If you would find out what telescope he was using, that would be interesting as well. A NEVEM to those in the know. A NEVEM? What's a NEVEM? Help me out, Dowdy. Use that there plain English. And the curse to the woman. So funny that we call these curses. They're just statements of fact. To the woman, the Jehovah angels said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow by your pregnancies. By sorrow you will bring forth children, yet your desire will be for your husband, and he will be a governor to you. And by the way, I'm not trying to downplay it. Governor is a good, clean, not rule over, but be a governor to you. That's a good, clean translation right there. A governor, like the idea of Mary Poppins, the governess. A caregiver, someone who provides for you, someone who tends to your needs when you can't tend to them, such as during pregnancy when people sometimes need help, especially during the birthing process. Stuck it up, Buttercup. I'm not telling you what NEVEM means. Nebular vortexual eye map. Oh, a NEVEM. Cool. All right. Them there abbreviations. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so this is saying you're going to have a lot of babies. All right. If we're going to restore our ancestry in heaven, I expect we would have to have a lot of babies. After all, heaven just showed up in the garden. We were scared as hell. They comforted us. We came out and they said, hey, look, this is your future. You're going over here. We're all going over here. You're going to have bunches and bunches of babies and it's going to hurt. Well, that's not so bad. Women already accept that. But you're going to be desiring your husband. That is, you're not going to be getting pregnant by your husband. You'll be desiring your husband. Oh, what? How are you pregnant not of your husband? Let's consider that for a moment. To me, this looks a lot like artificial insemination for restoration of the past of the population of the Earth. Much of Bernard's work, including the discovery of the Snake Nebula, was conducted using the Bruce Photographic Telescope at the Yerkes Observatory in Wisconsin and other instruments he had access to, but not anachronistic. Thank you very much. Oh, wait a minute. That's 2 different entries. And maybe Geo's going to have, and he had access to, period. It could be either way. We'll find out. Angels will be informing women of this in order that those that have died are restored. They will have to be born again. Literally what the text reads. Which the human females have more than enough ovum to accomplish. In fact, most of them during gestational cycles and, something around a total of, 30 years or so go to waste, don't result in pregnancies. And women have many, many more gametes, undeveloped eggs, than they could ever use in a lifetime. They die and had too many the whole time. Lots of women. I'm not talking about cheating on your husband here. That's what your sister did. And not by artificial insemination, neither. Yes, sirs. Yes, sirs. It's true. Our morality has gone into the dumpster if it ever wasn't in the dumpster. People do not desire things that they have. Then it follows that women are pregnant not by their husbands, but for some other reason. Of course, we're talking about people being in heaven here, guys. So, the whole flirty, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more doesn't really apply there. This is the first evidence in the Bible that demands that we will have physical and actual flesh body in heaven. Birthing will hurt women just as it does here. And many more births mean much more pain. One of the primary tasks of men will be that they will attend or govern or rule over their wives, who restore all of the dead that have accepted heaven. Also, if it were true that, as dogma proclaims, that Eve had no children prior to leaving the garden, then multiplications of the amount of pain 0 would hardly be any kind of a promise at all of increased sorrow. Now, would it? If I increase 0 childbirths by multiplication, I will multiply your 0 childbirths. Have Christians not noticed how dumb they're being? Christians, I love you. You're being dumb. If you multiply 0, you have, help me out here. To Adam, Jehovah angels said, because you have listened to the encouragements of your women, and have eaten, have been nourished of the tree of which I commanded you, saying you will not eat of it. Cursed is the ground here for your sake, but in travail you will eat from the soil all the days of your life. Again, you'll have flesh, you're going to have crops, you're going to have to support people, you're going to have to do work. And this planet will be nothing but thorns and thistles once it's destroyed. Also, thorns and thistles alone would this planet produce for you, but you will eat of the herb of the field. In other words, somewhere else. Because you can't have it both producing only thorns and thistle and you eating herb of the field. Because herbs aren't thistles. Oh, I wrote that right there. Herbs are not thorns and thistles, and so this is contradictory. If there's only one location being spoken of, this earth will not produce, it will be destroyed, but earth, as in soil, that kind of word, earth, will produce physical food for Adam and Eve in heaven when they have left out of the garden. That is, we'll have crops in heaven. Try to imagine, a room that in itself is a complete biodome. A beautiful, pristine, cultured, I get misty about it. By the sweat of your brow you will eat bread when you return to the land or earth that you were taken out of, because that is the place they were taken out of. That is off the planet. That is where God habitated, which is heaven. You were taken out of because you are of that same pulverized debris as Adam, and to the place of the origins of the debris you will return. Of course, in the English you read this, you started as dust, a ridiculous translation, and to dust, stupid, you will return. The chance of being the male gametes that meets the female one is akin to winning the lottery. Yeah, but only before the fact. After the fact, it's 100%. Then, isn't it? So Adam, the emotional animal, called his wife Shavah, or Eve, because women will be the mothers of all living mankind in heaven. Not that one woman. Hate the translation. To Eve and Adam gave Yahweh angels proper clothes of coats of skins and clothed them fully spiritually. In other words, told them the entirety of the truth, and probably really cool, highly advanced, thermally perfect, self-adjusting, sweat-wicking, skin massaging clothing we'll have in heaven. I don't know, but it's supposed to be pretty cool. We eat of rosemary, lemongrass, and horehound, all of which have thorns. Where fig leaves represented the poor covering of semi-ignorance, coats of skins represents the adequate covering of full revelation of the truth of God and Christ's angels and heaven, as you would expect upon the ascension of mankind. I got nobody coming into the show. What am I supposed to do here? Just keep reading this? You guys don't seem miserable. The Yahweh angel said, look, mankind, this is the part of the story of, and even in the translation, is defeating of the idea that Adam and Eve are cursed out of the garden for having done a bad thing in the fall. Ooh, they did an unexpected bad thing. That's stupid. You think your God is stupid if you think your God can't see that. That was going to happen. Didn't set it up on purpose. Didn't have good intent for it. Just so damn inconsistent. Yahweh angel said, look, mankind has become as one of us, knowing good and evil. This is a confirmation that what was promised at the beginning has now come true. And now he also need only put forward his hand and take also of the tree of life, as he took of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That is, that there's what is that, an ellipsis right there? They kind of granted that you knew that. I went ahead and wrote it in. And eat and live forever. Well, discluding yourself, of course, theological introspection, I totally understand, and I can't even understand under the promise that you're going to give your wife some attention that you're in my side chat. Get out of here. Love you. Get out of here. Unless she's here too and you're enjoying each other while you're in side chat, which is fine. But yeah, culture their relationships. They are very, very important. This theme of revelation of knowledge and life eternal for us upon induction into the ancient society of heaven is repeated many times throughout the rest of the Bible. See practically everything. Because all of this, Jehovah angels sent mankind forth from this earth to work in the promised land he was taken from. So Jehovah drove mankind out of the garden. The earth will be destroyed. That is driving us out. Where Yahweh guidance had placed him. And east of Eden, Yahweh had pointed out cherubims, and a flaming sword was there, which turned in all direction, that marked the direction of the tree of life. That is, every star, even ours, has its own individual signature, light signature, like no other star anywhere in all of the universe. They're all individuals because chemistry varies. And the light signature is different on every star. Thereby, it marks the way to this particular planet. That particular star marks this particular planet. Once they scan the approximate section of the cosmos, they don't have to look for that signature. They find that signature, count the third planet out, and there you go. There you got the right spot. Easy peasy, lemon cheesy. This is the ascension from the earth that was founded peaceful, the Yaru Shalom, or Jerusalem, which is why there's a new Yaru Shalom, New Jerusalem, that was a virgin with sheaves of wheat, or the house of bread, the Bethlehem, with 12 stars over her head, and the moon at her feet, which is the zodiac, or cherubim, and Luna, the moon, and a flaming sword turning every direction from a single pivot point, which is a star, a sun, or in the case of this one, we call it Sol. And as every star has different light spectrum signature, our marks of location, and it marks our location in space and keeps the way of the Garden of Eden. It doesn't block the way, it keeps the way. To read it blocks the way, as some translations do, is not only steeped in tradition It is against the actual definitions. Peace and respect to Jack Talcott. Welcome here as you welcomed me before. Next chapter. I am reading the translation that I've been working on, which I'm calling the Coherent Bible. This is an idea for idea translation confirmed through Strong's, Gesenius, and the word variants from the Greek and Latin Vulgate and Lexicon, respectively, brought into our actual language. So instead of this being a translation of a translation of a translation, like you'll find in the NIV, and that's precisely what that is, instead, I'm going back in the age of information. It's pretty easy to find what the most confirmed, most original words are, as long as you're honest enough to look at the variant and see if there's any actual difference and include the etymology. Because if you don't include the etymology, you can make this say about anything you want. Like, for instance, if I say to you in the situation that you're in right now, please pull back your head, or please withdraw your head. What I'm saying is to, angle your neck backward on your shoulders. That's what that would mean. For what reason? Well, it's not even part of the thought experiment and the reason for explaining what etymology is and why it's important. But if you were an archer and the enemy was engaging and I say, pull your heads back, well, that doesn't mean the same thing at all. Now, does it? So you have to know what head it's talking about. For instance, in the Bible, there is often the word slay, which means not to kill, but to entertain or change someone. There's the idea of stone, which you might think means rock, but it actually refers to the stone tablets of Moses, that kind of stone, with the word of God written in them. No man lifted their hand upon it, unchanging over time, stone. And it troubles itself to define those things. But if you don't look up what kind of stone it means, you might think they were bashing people in the head with rocks. You might think that Yahweh was violent if you don't do your homework. So this is an example of doing some homework. It only goes to Genesis 18, which is just a bit past the story of, let's see, what's the last story there? Last famous story in Genesis that I've surpassed is Tower of Babel. That's something that every one of you guys would know the reference. Well, that's another kind of slay, isn't it? Welcome IA to B11. IA to B11. I was once 11. I ate to be 11 again. It sucked. I was really skinny and more dorky than I am now. You have felt this way about all religious texts, Richard. That's interesting, theological. Maybe you have an intuition about these things and it just seems that that's right to you. Sure seems right to me. I mean, aside from the definitions continuously working this way, it also seems right. And she had bore his brother Abel, which I gave the translation after the word Abel. Breath led astray by vanity. It's literally what the word Abel means. I'm going to summarize that with just the word vanity, though. And Abel was a keeper of the sheep, that is fleshly things, fleshliness. But transition, which we read in the translations as Cain, was a tiller of the ground. So there you have vanity and transition. And in the process of time, it came to pass that transition brought from the fruit of the ground as an offering to Yahweh. You have to understand that in Hebrew culture at the time, things that were grown in the ground were thought of as lower than, or not as good, or not as meaningful. And then fleshly things were more meaningful, or it's a higher life form, something like that, more valuable. And that's why they use them in that same kind of attention to describe the difference between being materialistic and being like a truly good person. And that's all about, sacrificing fleshliness, i.e. sacrifice a sheep, a fleshy thing. And your material goods are just not important in this picture. It's a lower thing. Material goods have nothing to do with your spirituality. You could be a very wealthy spiritual person. You could be a very wealthy poor person. I'm sorry, a very spiritual poor person. And either way it would work. So fruit of the fields, like crops, it doesn't help you anywhere. It doesn't hurt you either. But it's certainly not pleasing to the Spirit. And his vanity also brought of the firstlings of his flock and the fat of it, and Jehovah respected for sacrificing vanity because of that offering. Yes, of course, it's the vanity and fleshliness that we need to sacrifice. Yes, sir. But transition in his offering of material goods, Jehovah had no respect. Shocking. And transition was very angry, and his countenance fell. And angel said to transition, why are you angry, and why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door, and unto you your desire, and you can rule over. That is, grow up. So, transition considered vanity, his brother. Yeah. Who doesn't have vanity as a brother, or ego? And it came to pass that when they were in the wilderness of contemplation, that place that transition had not gone, which was dangerous and scary to him, and he was a little bit scared to go there, that kind of wilderness, transition rose up against vanity. He slew his brother. Amen. All of us must. Also, to add to that, a sheep, dove, cattle, etc. Also, flesh representing fleshliness or materialism is to be sacrificed upon an altar. And the definition of an altar will be given later in the Bible. And what must be destroyed in order to comply with Jehovah, of course. Because if you're all about you, you can't be about others. So, that follows. Throughout the Bible, the idea of being born again in Jesus Christ is a description of the first death, the death of worldliness and or vanity. So I find it interesting and ironic that the first death in the Bible is describing the first death. That's right, the first death is describing the first death. It's a bit of Jewish poetry for you there. And the Yahweh angel said unto transition, where is vanity, your brother? And transition said, I know not. He's gone. He's Elvis. He's left the building. Must I keep him? Not am I my brother's keeper. Must I keep my brother? And Jehovah angel said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground, very poetic and beautiful, saying there is a past stain. And you are cursed, which means the same as promised. Maybe I should have wrote promised. I think I'm going to write promised right here. It's actually a cleaner translation. You are promised concerning this earth, which opened up her mouth to receive your brother's blood through your power. Wait a minute. Did we just backtrack? Where the earth will not help you anymore? Doesn't this sound at least slightly, vaguely familiar to you from the last chapter? I think it should. Because again, this is enlightenment leaving the planet. When you till the ground, that is, if you were to till the ground, it will not from now on yield its full strength to you. A fugitive and a vagabond will you be in this earth. Okay, so he is maintaining in the earth, but it's not going to be good. Why? Because he lost his vanity, and most people love each other's vanity. They love it so much they want to pet it and name it George. So I get that from Bugs Bunny, not from you, George. Transition said unto the Yahweh angels, my punishment for past iniquity is greater than I can bear. Behold, Jehovah has driven me out from the face of the earth this day, and from man's face and regard will I be hidden, and I will be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. That is, if you are not a vain, shallow person, you're a weirdo. Tell me that ain't true. And it will come in passage of time that everyone that discovers who I am will try to slay me. Why would they be trying to slay this individual person who transitioned and is a weirdo? Why? And Yahweh angel said to transition, whoever slays transition, not no one will slay transition. Someone will. But vengeance will be taken upon them sevenfold. And the angel set a mark upon transition, lest any finding him should kill him. Okay, so who is protected for a time, but is killed, right? And whoever kills them are like in real serious big bad trouble. When everything is forgiven in heaven, except for blasphemy of the Holy Ghost, which is rejection of God in heaven itself, which is why it can't be fixed. It's unforgivable. Everything else is forgivable. Yet, if somebody hurts this guy, come on, everybody. Who's the guy that does get killed but is protected by God, and the guy that kills him gets the express lane to hell? Who's that? Who's the guy? It's the Mashiach, because we're speaking Old Testament right now. Now, redeemed possession went out from the presence of the angels and dwelt in the land of Nod, which means wandering in exile, and came eastward in Eden, the land of Jehovah or Yahweh's pleasure. That's right. He went throughout the earth. Which is why that city is already there, is because it's end times and there's a big population of people. And Cain redeemed possession, knew his wife. That's clean. Cain, the redeemed possession, the transitioning redeemed possession, knew his wife, and she conceived. And we just established this as the Mashiach. And she conceived and bore Enoch, dedicated by inauguration, redeemed possession, builded an awakened city, and called out the name of the conspicuous position in the awakened city, dedicated by inauguration because of the name of conspicuous position by transition, and family building block sons were dedicated by inauguration. This is another earth. So he takes the position of Adam. He becomes the Father in heaven, which is why in the prophecy it says, he shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, Prince of Peace, and what? Everlasting Father. He becomes an everlasting Father. Jesus, according to the Bible, becomes an everlasting Father. And this is the first time this is declared, right here. He goes forward and does it again. How many times are they going to do it again? I'm not going to bore you with this. This repeats. Enoch, dedicated by inauguration, was born Irad, the fleet sequesterer. Irad, fleet sequesterer, sired Mahuel, smited by God. The Mahuel, smited by God, sired Methusael, who is timely of God. Methusael, who is timely of God, sired Lamesh, powerful weapons user. And it goes on like this several times over. Several times over. And Zillah, defense of shade from an image above. She also bore Tubal-Cain, who will be brought of redeemed possession, an instructor of every artificer in brass, which is dull bell metal, and iron, which is as a lean choice olive. And the sister of you will be brought of redeemed possession, was named Naamah, which means delightful loveliness. Aren't they romantic? Well, Cain does kill Abel, just like when you became a more spiritual person, you murdered in the field, the wilderness you hadn't been to because you'd never stopped and considered it before, your selfishness, your worldliness, your materialism. And you went into that wilderness and you murdered your vanity. And no, you don't have to keep it. You are not your brother's keeper. Which is why Cain is protected by God and blessed by God, because he had godly success in the murdering of his brother vanity. You know, it's weird. I mean, I've seen this way long before I started looking online and using it as a resource, to find definitions of things, and that path of following the Bible led me into finding other people who were talking about the Bible. And one of the people talking about the Bible was this guy that sounds like Kermit the Frog and is a Canadian. And I watched his breakdown of Cain and Abel, and it's precisely the same as I read it. Now, he doesn't go into as much detail as because he's talking about like an overview in psychology of what Cain and Abel means to him, how he reads it as a psychologist. But I'm not a trained psychologist, and it's just word for word what was actually there, and that's what I see because that's what is there. And I'm not saying Jordan Peterson is guilty of extreme brilliance. I'm just saying that he is guilty of accidental prayer and a background in psychology. Well, then become a disciple of the Christ and be blessed and be set apart and be happy and have a better life and be a compliment to those around you in real and meaningful ways that you never thought of before. And be blessed and let them be blessed through you. And bring them into discipleship that they bless others. And you'll see a more beautiful world if you become a disciple. I know it did that for me. How much of this you guys want to actually see? And powerful weapons user said to his wives, passed on ornament and defensive shade from an image above. Hear my voice, ye wives of powerful weapons user. Hearken unto my speech, for I have slain a mature man to my wounding and a young man to my hurt. If redeemed, possession will be avenged sevenfold. Truly powerful weapons user, 77-fold. And the emotional animal knew his wife again. She bore a son and called his name Seth, the emplaced substitution of compensation. Guys, who gets emplaced as a substitution to compensate for something? Who is that? Who is the safe? For angels had appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. Yes. And in place substitution compensation to him was also born a family building block son, and he called his name Enos, which means certain husbandman to desperately wicked mankind. Who's the certain husbandman to desperately wicked man? That's literally look up Enos. That's what it means. Who's that? What do we got right here? Christ. Who do we got here? Another description of Christ. Then began the desperately sick to gather like grapes and to call on the name of Jehovah angels. It's maybe calling on the name of Jehovah's angels. Sounds like shrieking in terror at meeting them. On a side note, I find it kind of cheeky and interesting that the most popular expression of surprise on the earth today is OMG. Oh my God. Literally calling out to the heavens. Very interesting that when they're surprised, a lot of people are going to say, oh my God, and they'll be right. So there's a bit of irony for you. So here I've added, just an example to try to teach the brain. I've added a lot more English words to the same verses. People already redeemed went out from heaven eastward to wander in the exile of the land of Jehovah's pleasure, which is in earth. They were reproduced, creating those committed to this new world, which thing is baptism by water. During the baptism was born first some of fast redemption and some smited by God. And the Father who conducts the great day of the Lord created Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ took two kinds of brides, who are his sisters and brothers, those whom his Father saved, and those who remained on the earth into the wrath of God and were under the shadow of heaven. That is to say, stubborn folks during end times. Those the Father saved with ancient stories had temporary places of worship on the earth and were already redeemed by their faith, that is, saved by the Old Testament. And you know that's true. How can Jesus agree with the Old Testament, a person believe in the Old Testament, thereby agreeing with Jesus Christ, yet not saved by Jesus Christ? Let's think about that for a minute. Those led astray by poor interpretation that came by evil thought, things would return to normal when heaven departed. That is, if we had an alien space invasion, some people would say, oh, they're going to leave eventually and everything will go back to normal. We'll rebuild our governments, etc., etc., etc. And that's if they weren't going to destroy the earth, which if you can cross a galaxy or even a solar system, you could certainly destroy a planet, I think. Happy to have you join by those caveats. And those still under the shadow of heaven had birthed the one proficient in all works of the Holy Ghost, and he will call his bride delightful and lovely. That's right. Jesus Christ thinks of you as the bride who is delightful and lovely. It's not a sexual thing. Please don't take it that way. And Jesus Christ said to those redeemed by ancient stories who had already ascended, and to those still under heaven, in the past I volunteered to die, and now I am quickened. So today my heart aches for the one not yet quickened, who must also do this. That is another Christ to follow. It's like, now I get what it means to be a Christ and the pain involved. Peace and respect. Welcome, Jamie Dalton. First thoughts.
First thoughts. I was very much enjoying this reading. Sometimes it's a little bit harder to follow what you're getting to, and when you actually stop and help clarify what you're talking about, it actually really does help a lot to put the story together. Because sometimes the terms and stuff that you use and refer to can be a little bit outlandish and a little bit complicated at first, especially when you have to put them together.
I totally agree with you, which is why I've sometimes done like this blue section right here. Because, I mean, if you read it all, it would make sense.
Yes.
But, reading definition after definition after definition without like all the conjunctions that our brains are used to, which is the Hebrew style of writing, which is why it comes out all chunky like that. It's pretty hard to follow.
Well, once you actually put it into the book form, whoever's reading it can go at their own pace. If they don't understand something, then they can go research it themselves, look into it, and it becomes a lot easier. That's why I said it's probably a very good idea for you to hand out like the manuscript, or say to people you can trust who aren't going to try and steal it. I don't know if
No
anybody.
one's tried to alter it yet. I've given it away 1,000 times already.
I would be really happy to go through it. It would be
Oh,
something I would enjoy.
yeah, you just use this link. It's available to everybody, of course.
I'm not in the YouTube chat, and I can't really use the StreamYard thing to click links.
Right. Well, I tell you what. Later, when you go through on some other device,
Mm-hmm.
it will be in the chat for you,
Cool.
in the side chat. Okay.
It will, of course, it will. Duh.
Yeah, it'll be there. So all you have to do is remember which stream that the link is on. Okay.
It's the one after the one I'm only halfway through watching. I had to go back and watch the one we did yesterday because I've never really sat back and listened to myself on camera before.
Oh, you have a very pleasant voice, in my opinion. Cool accent too.
Thank you.
I don't know if you like it. Most people don't like their own voice.
I sound a lot more nasally than I do to myself, so it's a bit off-putting.
Well, yeah, I think that's all of us, because when our bones are resonating from our voice, it sounds deeper to our ears than it actually is.
Exactly.
At least I think that's the case. That's why. Because the bones are all wet.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not crispy, dry, high-pitched bones. They're low-pitched bones, and you kind of expect that.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what all you guys in side chat think, and of course you're welcome. The pin to StreamYard is, the link to StreamYard is pinned at the top of the chat. You are more than welcome to come in and refine, critique, and the only thing that I ask is honesty. I just don't even get even lightly upset with people just so long as they're honest. Really.
Are you sure you're not Australian?
Is that an Australian thing to do? I don't know.
Yes, honesty is big in Australia. If you're like hardworking and honest, are the two things that we hold above pretty much everything else. The first thing that someone will mention to you is your job, and instead of your kids or your family or what football team you follow, it is you mention your job.
Yeah. Well, how do I get a human and a backhoe shipped to Australia, and how much is that going to cost me?
I have no idea. A lot, because we're far away from everybody else.
Like a JCB, something like a JCB, but it's a particular one that I like. It's not an unusual one.
It's not going to be cheap. I'll tell you that much.
Imagine not.
If you're in America, so yeah, you're all the way over there. Yep. I don't really know.
So this is kind of interesting. I work part-time for somebody, and kept in my wallet are two objects that I don't own. These two objects, which are his debit cards, so that when I need to, I can go to the store and buy what I need, and basically it's just I let him know what I'm going to get and the price of it, right? And then I just go ahead and swipe that and get it. So at least in real life, that's the kind of relationships that I normally develop and what people think of me.
You're very trustworthy and honest.
They think that I'm fooling the hell out of them. They really believe that I'm trustworthy. They seriously do.
Everybody's trustworthy to a point. It's what point that people are trustworthy to.
That's true.
You underestimate how far your line is above a lot of other people's, I think. But that's a humble attitude that comes with that.
Well, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I see where most people's lines are, and I know that my line is a heck of a lot higher than that. In fact, I really think that any more the line that I draw could not be approached through material goods. It just couldn't.
Material goods. I
There's
have
no
it.
amount of money that will make me bend my morality. There just isn't.
I grew a disattachment from all of that due to 3 years of homelessness. So I understand.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's you can look at things and get the good out of them. Welcome.
Hey, blessings to you both, all three of you.
Yeah.
Amen.
Stream's filling up.
You led the way, Jamie. And
That is a phenomenon. Phenomenon.
Phenomenon. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Phenomenon. Bum, ba-dum, bum.
That's it.
hey, Richard, sincerely, I've been tuned in for a while and loving the talk. And my reflection of earlier today, I missed an opportunity. Thank you. Well, time with you. We could have spent our time together more focused on God, enlightening conversations, but you entertained my ego desire to try and find resolve. Thank you.
But look how well it's serving us now. Isn't it? It was worth it. Okay.
Everything works out. That's what I'm learning. And an observation, if I may, from some of the things you were pointing out.
Yes, sir.
You have a much different education than me, and that knowledge of the scripture, that's a real weak point in me, but I'm growing in it, and you definitely have a strength. But what I heard you pointing out is something I observed. The truth has many different layers, so many different ways for the words to be true. And I love some of the connections you were making. Sincerely. Thank you.
It is. It blows my mind. Of course, I'm not the first one to be shown that. There's a literary expression, no Tyndale, no Shakespeare. And to translate that, it means if Tyndale hadn't done the work on the Old Testament and translating it into late Middle English, and Shakespeare hadn't picked that up and been inspired by the obvious depth of levels within the same story, then he never would have started writing plays that way. So when someone says to me, and please feel free to use this as a weapon against idiots, when someone says to me, uneducated Bronze Age sheep herders, I go back and I go, yeah, inspired Shakespeare. How do you like that?
It was something I've been thinking of a lot lately with that in mind is the fact that we may think that cavemen were dumb because they didn't have the tools and all the technology we have. But we stand on the backs of the giants. They didn't have those giants to stand on. They had to be those giants.
That's true. They were pathfinders, beating down the bush with less than a machete, against lions, tigers, and bears, and oh my, and giant snakes, and just all kinds of crazy stuff that we don't really have to deal with very much.
Exactly, and it leads to our hubris in the modern day because we think that we're so intelligent because we can look up any question on our phone and have it answered. They never had that. But that doesn't mean they didn't sit around and contemplate the meaning of life and what the stars were and all that sort of stuff. And, oh, wait, that's what they did. We have religion.
Yeah, it is more than true. Although I can't agree with everything you just said there. I can agree with most of it. That it's not so much that man's conception of the actuality wrote religion, but I believe that angels' understanding of man's perception of reality caused them to design the religion in a way that complied with that. Did that make sense to anyone besides me?
Yeah, no, I get what you meant.
Okay. So it's individualized, designed, purposeful religions to comply with whatever society was already established, so that it would be memorable and meaningful to that society. After all, if I, as a U.S. citizen, say I love cow, that means one thing. But if I'm a Hindi and I say I love cow, that means an entirely different thing.
Well, yeah, that goes into what I said before. Is I think that all religions may be a message like God, which is kind of what you get into, and it's the flawed nature of man, which is kind of written into all those religions, that leads to an inability to communicate what God is saying to each other.
Which, by the way, I think is no mistake, because if we knew the ultimate truth, we would allow for no suffering of each other, which is pretty much Jack's whole show.
That's the message of Christ, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, right? Sir. So we don't have it and we don't believe it. Some of us, little dots all over the map, slightly brighter than the other dots, but the dots are kind of few and far between, people that do have that message.
They're growing in numbers. I really do. We're experiencing a spiritual revival. I'm confident of that. And what the comment about, back in the primitive days, they were leading the way, so to say, on the steps of knowledge. And we do have the advantage of standing on the shoulders of those who came before us. But even still, we are the groundbreakers for the future. We're the ones who are creating, experiencing, and establishing the new time.
Nunya Biz, you've been quiet the whole time. Peace and respect and welcome, and please take the floor.
Goodness gracious alive, I'm scared to say anything. It took a minute for StreamYard to transfer from studio to here, and when I did, everybody was kind of, I forget the name of it, where the circle goes around. So I am holding my phone steady, and it seems okay. I just wanted to make sure you can hear me. I'm not, whatever you call it, tiling.
No, it sounds good.
Peace, respect, Richard. Jamie, nice meeting you. And I think it's Jack. Let me zoom in. Oh, yep, Jack, nice to meet you. No, carry on, brothers. I heard you reading something, Richard, earlier, and it sounded like John 3:18, but it sounded more like a personal. It sounded like a letter, or more than like scripture, like somebody's commentary on it. And thought I would join, but I have no opinion.
Actually, you're completely right in all of your assertions. It is all of those things.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, carry on. I don't have an opinion now.
Well, you did have an opinion, and I'd like to comment on your opinion of it, because I believe you're right. That what I'm seeing here is a love letter from a purposeful author to an intended reader, and a very, very specific message which holds throughout all of the individual stories. You can start in Genesis and you can read it all the way into the book of Revelation. It's there and it's there and it's there so many times. And it's an unmistakable message. And the work I've been doing is going back to the Greek lexicon, to the Latin Vulgate, using Strong's and Gesenius, to go back to the original ideas, and also looking up the etymology of the word for context of the word. Like, there's two ways in Hebrew to say liquid. Just that one word that we have, just liquid. There's two ways to say that in Hebrew. And it refers to, well, what kind of liquid do you mean? So it already has a qualifier in the base idea. So there's yom, and then there's mayim, and you hear the letters repeat. They're related ideas, right? So both mean, you could say water, but one means a small amount of watery substance. For instance, human urine, reproductive sperm. Fruit juice.
Once
These are all watery things. Go ahead, sir.
When we got to that bit, is that kind of implying that those waters that they're talking about in that area are the juices of the planet? It's planet juice?
Well, it's human planet juice.
Yeah, all right,
It's
cool.
humans. It's the juice of the humans on the planet.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No,
but it's
it's
fractalized. So it can add up to a big amount, but it can never be one of them in a big amount. It doesn't work like that. It's fractalized. And then there's yam, which means waters that roar, right? That there's wave and wind, and there's the sound of the ocean like a big body of water. And there's two ways to say the word beginning, right? Like there's Barashit, which is in Genesis 1:1, but there's other times even in the Old Testament where it says in the beginning of a thing, a situation, and that's the word Oz. So there's Barashit and Oz, and well, why? What's the difference? Why do you select one over the other? Because one is just this happened, and the other one is this happened and it messed with your head. It shook your head. And that's what Barashit means. So it's actually not just in the beginning. It's in the beginning of what's frying your brain, is how the Bible opens. Here's an explanation from the beginning of what's frying your brain, what's shaking your head. The existential questions. The thing that you've been really milling about and you're mulling over and trying to figure it out. Here you go. Have a gift.
It really is.
That beautiful and so much more meaningful than in the beginning.
And that really is.
The word revelation is going to have to be related to that somehow. That sounds like revelatory.
It is. The whole thing, in my opinion, in certain levels of reading, and I say levels of reading like Shakespeare versus sixth grader, and certain levels of reading, all of it is revelatory. All of it. Like most people don't know, it's not the Revelations. It's not the book of the Revelations. And it's not the book of Revelation. It's the book of the revelation of Jesus Christ. That's what it's revealing.
Amen.
Most people are just not aware of that because it's been, rewritten and shortened down and made easier and simpler so many times.
I have a question.
Certainly.
When you say it's a love letter, right, from one person to another, what sort of context can we gain from reading that letter?
Well, included in the love letter is like some generalistic stuff, because it's known from the beginning that other people are going to read the love letter. So there's some like big overview stuff in it, like you're going to be okay. Here's some 2 simple rules to live under so your life's easy. That's included in that. And try to be good to each other and everything's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Don't worry too much. And that's included in the love letter, knowing it was going to be read by people it wasn't intended to be read by. But then there's really, really specific stuff like if I look at the second person singular he, like it's not he like we'd use it in English to mean anyone who does the following thing. It's he like I'm pointing at Jack. He. It's exacting. It's not they. It's not a Schwarzkopf wave. That's not what it is. So when you read to he that overcomes, it means exactly that. It doesn't read to anyone that overcomes or to they that overcomes. The Hebrew and the Greek, they had words for that. It's not there. It's a second person singular, like pointing at them. which means there is one who overcomes. But if I asked of any Christian, when are you going to perfect your practice of the Bible? When are you going to be perfectly Christ-like? Oh, they're going to say, well, not till heaven, or they're going to say never, or something like that. Because we all know that we are failures. Try as we may, beautiful as we might be, loving as we might intend, we're going to be failures. We all know it. But if I ask, who's the one who succeeds? Who's the one who's promised the interesting things, the really big things? Who is being made lots of demands of and gets no grace? Well, then the only choice I have is the Christ. Who is righteous because he is the fulfillment of the law? He carries the law, and righteousness is fulfillment of the law. Who's that? It's Christ. So when it demands those things, when it promises those things, when it says do these things, it can't be talking to Jimmy Joe Preacher. It can't be. He'll never do it.
It's talking about the revelation of the Christ from within. Completely.
That is, I can do nothing, but through Christ all things. Yes, precisely. It's not about us. It's when someone reads this book and they see themselves in it, they are mistaken. But if they can have humility and see Christ in it and start acting the way it demands of Christ, what a beautiful world this would be.
It's like the song, You're So Vain. You think this song is about you, don't you?
You're so vain. I guess you think this book is about you. You're so vain. It's true. You're right.
Hey, I want to bounce back. The world will be an amazing place when people start living that way. I think it's the conclusion that's written. It's what I truly believe God is fulfilling prophecy through us at this time. It's
hard for me to argue when I'm an old man who had a dream. I'm an old man. I'm literally an old man who dreamt a dream, and it changed my life, and I can't go back.
I find a lot of things easy for humanity to do. I don't see defeating death as one of them.
If you look, what's the name of the science? If you look up negligible aging, or go ahead.
You talked about that yesterday. I'm aware of the study you're talking about. It's amazing science once they can actually get it working properly. I think I've watched the same documentary that you're talking about because your references were accurate and on point.
Yeah.
I have a theory.
I have a Rain Man aspect to me where I just keep stuff like that if I care about it.
I have not heard of your dream yet. I'm very interested to discover that. But regarding,
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette when I come back. If you guys are still here, I'll tell you about an old man's dream.
I would love to hear it.
I would love
I
to.
I wrote 150. What's that? Go ahead.
He said, I would love to hear that. And I said, I would love to have a cigarette too. It looks like a joke.
Okay.
But no, I would love to hear that too, is my 2 cents. Yes, I'll be waiting.
Nunya, you've heard quite a bit of it, and Jamie has as well. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to pop out for 30 seconds for something.
Well, oh my gosh, we're leaving Jack with Nunya. You guys can you keep this rolling? Is that okay?
I'm sure we can.
Well, Jack, just take the channel. It's your channel for now, and go ahead, preach your message for the next 10 minutes. I'm gonna come back from a cigarette. I actually on the dream vision, because I know that it's true. I verified it through citations of science, through reputable online sources, including places like NASA, Institute of Science, blah, 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 all this stuff, and wrote a 150-page paper on the dream.
You did? I'm sorry. I was right with you all the way. And you wrote the 150-page thing?
Yeah, well, it's not a dissertation level, but it's a master's level. It's not a doctorate level paper, but it's a master's level paper.
I can read and I can listen too. We'll see you soon.
All right, be right back after this. I'll cut it short. It won't take that long.
It never does. Like it didn't for me.
Hey, the possibility of overcoming death, though, if this is the time, I actually believe that we could be a generation that truly experiences some miraculous innovations, technologies, changes. And the more I've been learning about faith and religion and stuff, right here in my hometown, apparently it has a history of having faith healing. There's his name's escaping me right now, but there's a faith healer who had, I don't want to exaggerate, but I want to say it was like hundreds of thousands of recorded healings, and they were documented. And so with a revival of faith and spirituality coming forth, if people do gain a greater understanding of the energies of God and life, through faith alone, we may experience some true miracles. But then you add in the possibilities of technologies, free energy devices. There's technologies looking into the healing properties of lights and sounds, different frequencies, and not to mention all the ancient wisdom of the herbs and the natural flows of nature.
Yeah, we're just coming back to realize that some of those were actually on point.
And this is what makes right now such an exciting time to live. In my opinion, science is showing what the ancient religions were showing. Many scientists are kind of going back to look at, why are these herbs working? Why was this tradition there?
Well, I agree with everything you're saying, right? That's not my issue. My issue is I agree with longevity. That's an inevitability. So longevity being the increasing lifespan and quality of lifespan of human beings. What is very hard to imagine or establish is an immortal scenario where we have defeated death in a sense that even if we did die physically, spiritually, like you're saying, there is something else there. I find that hard to believe, mainly because lack of evidence that I could find that is corroborated, not saying it doesn't exist, but it's impossible to say for certain, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, but both you guys will be the first to jump in a zombie movie. Come on, it's easy to believe. What? You never jumped at a zombie movie? Come on.
I get scared from jump scares like everybody else.
Well, I mean, like a 1933 Frankenstein. It wasn't like people walked out of the theater when he got reanimated saying, "This is stupid."
I get what you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I get where you're going. So, like, the saying goes something like, "Science that is sufficiently ahead of the people that are witnessing it is akin to magic." Like, you can't. If you don't have the knowledge of the technology just looks like magic to you.
Exactly. That's why you ever look at who's that chick from Egypt, and it looks like she's got like the sun on her head in between horns. What if that's a magnifying glass and she like stands on top of the pyramid and she can like zap anybody she wants? Shut up, Frank. You know, and all of a sudden she's got the power. You know, I agree with you totally.
That's
yeah,
brilliant,
and like Thor.
man.
Oh, Thor, Mercury. You find a greater god that just kills those lesser gods. Your god, what? So now you're Thor and Mercury. Oh no, he's he's the real God. Well, that's what they thought about Thor and Mercury, and I'm just using those as examples. But yeah, I agree with you totally. I mean, I I'm a good Christian boy. I completely disagree with you, but it's like, yes, you got a point, man. How does a Christian answer that? Hey, Jesus might as well be the tooth fairy if you don't believe in a spiritual world. I don't know. Yeah, those are very good points.
Well, I have a lot of existential dread because of it. I fear death more than anything. I've come to sometimes come to the conclusion that hell would be better than oblivion, if you get where I'm going with that.
Well, yeah, you're like 46, 47, right? That's every middle-aged guy feels that. They get panic attacks, especially if they smoked a lot of grass in 1980s. How old are you?
35.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I think you did, and you wasted a lot of your youth, and you're coming to realize your conscience. You don't know anything about the Ten Commandments or Jesus or whatever. I'm just saying, so to speak. But something in your conscience, yeah, that's what we say is going to bring you like to Jesus or to a realization, like, hey, in your case, you're now fearing death. I mean, you would have to agree. It's it has become an unrealistic fear. You fear it too much.
Yes,
you fear it more than
100%.
Amen. Yeah.
Hey,
No, I just say that's my 2 cents. Carry on, brother.
Well, you're right. Your analysis of me was actually pretty spot on too. Well done.
Here, and if I can, that fear of death, if you actually look at it objectively, it's illogical, because death doesn't happen during life. It's just a different experience. So
I know a saying that fits that one perfectly. Actually, it's the infinite expanse of oblivion to an unconscious mind is but the blink of an eye. When you go to sleep at night and you wake up the next morning, there was nothing in between that. You didn't exist. So to a dead person, not existing forever, there's no time.
right. The purpose is to live. Our God is for the living God. And if we surrender to the Christic, to the Holy Spirit, I believe our role is to be part of the living truth.
Amen.
Man, what if everybody did that?
They will.
Cared what the truth was. Yeah, I know they will. But at
There'd
first,
be a lot of.
I mean,
There'd be a lot of.
Go ahead.
Damn, I'm so sorry. I did it twice in a row, brother. There would be a lot of clean feet. Everybody would be washing everybody else's feet.
Yes.
Are you willing to share your dream? The story
absolutely.
of a man with a dream?
Story of a man with a dream. First, a little bit of channel business. If you've been watching this more than 3 minutes, it's because you like the video. This is getting really close to 1,000 subscribers. I'm 49 away presently. I'd appreciate your help. I really would. I mean, I try to let you know, everyone, that I appreciate not just what you add to me personally, which I can't repay, and I thank you deeply. I do. I mean, I get a little bit misty about it, actually, so I'm not going to go on about it. But if you think there may be truth value in what's being said on this channel, then it's beneficial. If it's beneficial as truth to humans. That's the end of my sales pitch. Because truth is always benefit. There's a magic in truth. It works in reality and causes success and allows for happiness. It's magical. It's amazing how we don't control with our opinions what the universe is. We don't. So says acceptance who? Is, yeah, says me right now. I just said it. Yes, accepting truth allows for the space for happiness. You can always judge someone's ability to accept truth by how happy they are. because they've been successful. Yeah, you can judge their acceptance of truth by how happy they are. People who are not accepting truth are not happy because what they tried doesn't work. Because their opinion does not decide the reality. It's the other way around. Make you comply with truth. Don't expect truth to comply with you. Just real quickly, because I see some 4 entries here from the Lion's Dilemma. Do you believe the book of Genesis is an historical account of history? Well, that's a little bit repetitive there, but I get the idea. Yes, not of this earth. Prophetic to this earth. Prophetic. That is, if I ask the question, when will Adam and Eve have the full truth of good and evil? When will they eat from the tree? When will they be offered eternal life, the tree of everlasting life? When? Upon ascension. It hasn't happened. One of the first stories in the Bible about us has not yet happened. It's prophetic. It's promised. I believe that it will be done. I also know that it has not been done. I do not know all truth of good and evil, and I don't live forever. I don't. Not in this present state. It just doesn't happen. Okay. So on to the man who dreamt a dream, the old man who dreamt a dream. I'm going to start at the beginning of the story for context. I'm not going to make the prologue too very long, so have a little patience with me. It's necessary. At 12 years old, I had to protect myself against a homosexual pedophile priest. That turned me off to religion. I said to Mom, Christ is not made out of plaster. She accepted that. I was the only one of her children who did not go to church, and all the rest of them couldn't figure out how I got out of it because that conversation was held in private. I found a way at 12 years old to not get my mom fired from being the bookkeeper of the church. Admittedly, I didn't think about protecting others that he would try to farm. But I did protect myself and my family. I managed that. Not bad for a 12-year-old. I was an atheist for 30 more years. So until age 42, I declared myself an anti-theist, saying all the tropes that you already know. And I was immoral about it. I would argue with anyone. I once argued with my girlfriend's 11-year-old son's best friend who was 10 about why his Catholic mother has to be wrong. Dude, you shouldn't do that. Let the poor kid get to 18 before you tell him how wrong his mom is. So I did my best to sentence people to hell for 30 years. I did. True story. I was 42 years of age. I was working for my girlfriend's mom out of promises I made to the girlfriend. I was sleeping on her couch, working on her car, fixing her dryer, etc., stuff like that. Went to go to the computer to email my siblings. Walked by a television and heard the word Enoch. Now, 30 years as an atheist, Enoch doesn't have a meaning to me. I don't recall Enoch being mentioned in Catholic Church when I was a kid, even though I was an altar boy, which means I had stuff to do during church. From the time I was 5 until I was 12, I was an altar boy. So I had stuff to do, and I was kind of busy, and I wasn't really listening, and I was a kid not listening anyway. Let's be frank about it. Or let's be Jack about it. But
is that why they call it altar boy? Because he alters a boy? Is that why they call it altar boy? That just occurred to me.
Interesting observation.
Carry on, Richard. Sorry to interrupt.
I could go into depth about the Mass and what it means, and I'm not going to do that right now because that's not part of this story. Sorry for the background noise if you can hear it. Okay, so it was bugging me. It was like a dinner bell ringing in my head. Enoch, 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 and it wouldn't shut up. And I wasn't used to that experience. Something in my head bugging me. What the hell's that? Aren't I in control of myself here? I just Googled Enoch. I found a very reputable source. 180 pages later, I had seen two claims in there that cannot have been written in that time frame. Claims of knowledge that people simply could not have known in that area. Here's the easier to show claim that they made. That there are 14 non-deciduous species of tree. And you go, well, they knew the trees in their area. Worldwide. Worldwide. People in northern Africa at that time had not yet surveyed the world. They hadn't. Yet Enoch claims to have been having an interaction with angels, and one of the angels say to him, there's 14 non-deciduous trees, not to be confused with conifers. Conifers is one kind of deciduous trees. Okay? It's one family of trees. But there are precisely 14 non-deciduous trees on this planet. It is precisely correct. And the two that you're not thinking about are rhododendron and holly. Those are the two you're not remembering because you're only thinking pines right now. It includes more than pines. So there's precisely 14. And I looked at that and I said, that sounded like a crazy drug trip. But then there's this fact in there that's true. That they couldn't have known. Well, if they couldn't have known it, they couldn't have authored it, could they? And I went, and it sounds Bible-y. I think I'll crack open a Bible. So I did. Being a shy, freckled, red-haired kid, I did not remember the story of God. I did not remember the story of Jesus. I only remembered the story of David against Goliath. The little picked-on kid wins against a beast of a man. It's the only one I could remember. So I looked in the glossary, I found it, and I read David and Goliath. My brain, just like any normally operating brain, I think, when a story tells a narrative using a lot of colors and descriptors and positions and all this colorful speech, you develop kind of a movie in your head, right? So as soon as I'm done with the story, I was picturing the whole scene in my head. So there I am standing in the Arabian desert, and in this valley, there's King Saul's big billowing yellow and white tent, and then there's little tiny David, and he's a shepherd boy, so he's dressed in brown. And then there's his older brothers that are bigger, more powerful and colorful, and they're standing there. And then you got the army of Israel, and you got the army of the Philistines, and then you got the giant Goliath with his gigantic armor, and they're all smacking swords against shields and flipping each other off and mooning each other and stuff, trying to get their guts up to have a war. And that's what I had pictured in my head. And I'm standing there looking at that, and I go, yeah, this is it. This is right. This is what the story's about. Which, harkens back to every preaching you've ever heard about it, And then, now bear in mind, I'm sitting on my girlfriend's mom's couch reading her Bible that had an inch of dust on it. Because she's a neo-Buddhist. And she had one. I don't know why. She obviously had never cracked the cover of it. The backbone of it wasn't even wrinkled. It was like brand new and old. So I'm sitting on her couch and I read this, and I'm picturing it in my head. And the next thing that happened was a left hand around my lower body, a right hand around my upper body, grabbed me from ankles to shoulder. And I could feel the muscles and I'm not high and I'm not asleep. And I never got high. I was always scared of drugs. I could feel the muscles and the strength of those two hands. And I thought it could crush me if it wanted. And it has trapped me and thoroughly trapped me, but it's not squeezing me at all. It's just enough pressure that I can't get out. And that's the amount of pressure. It's like perfect disabling with no pain. Okay? And at this point, I'm afraid to look at the hands because the experience is so flippin' scary. And then this 20 foot tall being lifts me up in the air and takes a giant single step forward, lifting me in this big arc in one step. Now, while I'm in this arc being lifted by these two hands, I realize that I'm having a dream. And I'd been practicing for more than 5 years and having good success in lucid dreaming. So I decided I'm dreaming, I'm going to take over and do what I want. Because that's what you do with lucid dreaming. You just have fun with it. So I made that decision during that arc up into the air, and it didn't work. Because I said to myself, oh, I want to look at the other side of it. I want to go stand on the sand on the other side of the war scene and look at it from that angle as well. And that would be interesting. And that's why I'm doing this. But what happened was I stopped directly in the middle overhead, directly above Shema, the fourth person from the tent. In case you don't remember the story in that detail. For me, I have immense detail in the story because of this experience. There's no part of the story I can forget. Because for me, it's very real now. Just as real as you, if you're standing beside me, it was that real. So I'm looking straight down at the war scene, and I'm wondering why I'm not in control. I'm wondering why I'm here. I'm wondering what is going on. I'm wondering what the hands are. I'm relatively upset about the whole thing, that something's happening with me, and I know I'm not asleep because I know I'm sitting on the couch. And I know I could be in control, but I'm not in control. And it's very bothersome for a control freak like me to be in that situation. I didn't like anything about it. And while I'm considering that, way off to the left of me looking straight down, so, on the plane of the earth, I noticed something had changed. So I look over there real quick, and it's Saul's tent. And Saul's tent went from a billowing yellow and white, classical tent shape. It popped up into the air. It was about 4 feet off the ground, and it was now a bright yellow-white light. Uncomfortable to look at, too bright. It's this spherical object. And I'm looking at that going, okay, why? And David does the same thing. David pops up into the air, even with the center of the large sphere, but he's this little tiny brown sphere. And the same thing happens to Eliab, whose name means recent volunteer, but he turns into a blue sphere, a bright blue, like a sky blue color. And Eliab, a larger sphere, blotchy, rich, dark blue and green. And Shema turns into an orange-gray sphere. And like someone zipping up a zipper of each of the armies that just like there's no noise to it, but it was like that, where the people of the army of Israel turned into gray, misshapen globs. They weren't spheres at all. And the army of the Philistines does the same thing. And then the giant Goliath, because I'm like watching it happen in sequential order underneath me. My eyes are following the movement. And but David had swallowed up his armament, his staff, his sling, his shepherd bag with a scrip in it. They became part of David. But not so with Goliath. His armor became separate spherical shaped things in the colors described in the story. A big black one, a smaller brown one, a smaller than that brass colored one, and a small shiny silvery one, smaller than that. in those comparative distances, and the giant Goliath became tiger striped crossways in tan and brown and orange, with a red swirly in his forehead. That was the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, inner and outer asteroid belts, and Jupiter and the 4 Galilean moons. Like you, I wasn't expecting that.
Why was Venus blue?
Because it actually is.
I thought it was like more of a yellowy color. I guess it depends on where you're viewing it from.
Well, it's. I mean, Jupiter appears in the sky as a yellowy color, and by light reflection from here with the naked eye, the wandering star or the morning star, Venus, appears a bright blue, mostly white. Because, because atmosphere and stuff.
Yeah, because it's only yellow, I think, at the surface. It's real yellow down there, like below the atmosphere towards where the ground is.
I'll believe that. Yeah, because of the chemistry of it. But probably has to do with ammonia and methane. But I'm just speculating. I don't know why. But on the outside of it, sir, go ahead.
It's from your view. It's your dream. It's from your viewpoint anyway. If it looks blue from Earth, then and that's how you're reading the message, then it's for you. It's not for me. So
true story. That has to be considered. But I actually, I wasn't one of those kids who was into dinosaurs or space. I didn't give a crap about either one. I was actually into heavy equipment, so I didn't know any of this. Right? I mean, I've seen the sky at night, but what's that?
I was just clarifying. Yeah, I understand that part.
I was completely ignorant. In fact, I was so ignorant about it. I found myself, as soon as I came to myself again, I found myself holding the Bible, standing up. I had no idea I'd stood up, looking at it, and I declared much too loud for her tastes, the old lady, "You're kidding me." Only I said that more like, "You're kidding me," like that. And she says, "What's that, Richard?" And I said, in my mind, I thought, how in the hell am I going to explain what just happened? So I figured I couldn't. So I just said, never mind, Lois. Never mind. She's in there cooking dinner. So I went to the computer because I knew all this was wrong. I knew it was wrong for a few reasons. There's only one moon. It's called Luna. Everybody knows that. That's why we call it the moon. It's because the only one. I didn't know they meant the only one for this planet. I thought they meant the only one total. My mistake. So I went to look up the moons over Jupiter because I knew those don't exist. I was wrong. They do. I knew they couldn't be those colors. I was wrong. They are. I knew they couldn't be in those positions. I was wrong. They are. They are those comparative distances from the planet. I knew there wasn't a stone in the forehead of the giant. I was wrong. There's the great red eye. In fact, I knew there were asteroid belts separated by size, arranged in two fairly separate rings between came to ruin Shema or Mars and Jupiter. I was wrong. There is. In fact, everything about the story is actual in reality. So I started immediately, and I haven't stopped, out of just intellectual honesty. That's how I was raised. That's how my family is. They're very academic people. My mom earned, after the kids were old enough, graduated cum laude twice with 2 degrees, master's degrees from the same college on a free ride. If that tells you what kind of family I come from. My dad was a very, very high-ranking naval officer. If that tells you what kind of family I come from. Poor, but really hardworking, good, middle-class folks. Smart folks. Smarter than me. So I've really been blessed that way. So I immediately knew it was wrong and went to prove that it was wrong. So it turns out that there's a carving of the story, because I wanted something solid, not something written down that could have been altered easily or something. I wanted something carved in stone. I found a carving of David and Goliath in the classical representation as people, carved into the Holy Cross Church, London, England, dated 740 something. That's right, there wasn't even a third digit yet. That's how old that carving is. So I know that it wasn't carved after Galileo's telescope. And I found out that those moons weren't discovered until Galileo's telescope. So 1610 to 740 is a gap of plenty. There's no way someone intentionally wrote this to be both an ancient war and our inner solar system simultaneously, accurately giving the descriptions of the armament of the giant or Galilean moons, some at least written before the turn of the 1st century CE. It must have been written before that and spread throughout churches and popularized enough to be carved into the foundation of a church. It was a popular story already, obviously. So, what am I going to do with that? Well, the only logical conclusion is someone with greater knowledge wrote the story. And let me show you the depth at which this is accurate.
Before you do that, I'm going to have to take my leap.
All right, well, it's good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me on again. I really enjoyed listening to the story. I'll catch up on the rest of it later.
Lovely.
All right.
Welcome
Peace and respect.
of course.
Nice meeting you.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Okay, so here's the beginnings of the paper. David and Goliath as the sanctioned planets, or D and gasp, because I did. So this is like some common objections. Then on page 7, we have, here's the falsifications for it. I'll read you a few of those. Were it proven that the Bible was authored necessarily, not written by mankind, that would disprove this theory. Or if that stellar bodies do not exist and like a flat earth model were proven, that would disprove this theory. That physics does not apply off of this planet. That the Nevi'im was written after the scientific discoveries that were made that were used here to verify the plausibility of this view. Also, if at any point within the text, within this mindset, between 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 23 and 18 verse 5, did not agree with scientific observations about our inner solar system, etc., 32 points of falsification, no one can falsify them. That is, they're true. And then I went directly into, after the abstract, the actual words and defined them one at a time. Plus. All right, so this is the sources I used. Strong's exhaustive mostly, but also Jusinius, taking into consideration the roots of the words back to their primary root. Abar is the first word in the story. To cross over. Evil. Affliction, bad, calamity. Ra'ah, to spoil, and on and on and on. So every word individually identified, and the full definition and the etymology and root words of that word given. So extremely thoroughly defined as it can be. And here's the interesting part. Every single word in the order given, minus the conjunctions that were put in later for English, minus those. I didn't include them because they're just made up. There is no definition in all of this story that argues with this as the inner solar system. To summarize it, it works quite well. Like, for instance, when we read that the asked one was pushed down upon, causing an evil spirit to come out of it. Or God had put an evil spirit in Saul, is how you read it in, say, the King James. It is a truism that the Son has things that we consider evil to us come out of it. And they are pressure released. We call them coronal mass ejections. Why are they evil? Because they induce huge amounts of energy into our atmosphere, causing, well, problems for us. Like instant sunburn for no apparent reason. Because, you know, it's real radiation. It's gamma rays and beta rays and alpha rays and X-rays coming in from outer space. So is it true that pressure releases evil from Saul? Yes. That's a truism. It does. And on and on and on like that. Okay, so I'm not going to go into all the details. You get the idea. All right. But what I will say is the following. The best evidence to support a hypothesis and to say that it is most likely true in reality is that it should have predictive power. It should be consistent within itself, logically possible, not self-defeating. It should be correspondent with reality, and it should have predictive power. If you have all that, you no longer have a hypothesis, you have a theory. That's the scientific method and how it works. Okay. Having read and remembered only at this point David and Goliath, applying the actions of the characters to the inner solar system causes the following effects. A quaking of the earth that spits hail and fire mingled with blood. A chunk of sulfur a chunk of some chemical unknown falling into the ocean, poisoning the oceans. A chunk of sulfur, the ignition of the planet Jupiter, realizing it as a brown dwarf star or a second sun in our solar system, not as bright and big as the first one. A chunk of sulfur crashing into some closed water system. A lack of our ability with unaided senses to see about 1/3 of the stars, 1/3 of the moon, and 1/3 of the night. That was in the correct order, and it would have to be in that order, the announcing miracles. David and Goliath taught me how the announcing miracles could happen in reality in our solar system with known physics and chemistry. I had not yet read the book of Revelation to have ever heard of the announcing miracles. So I literally had an explanation for something I was yet to read.
Announcing miracles. What are you referring to there, please?
Okay, so the book of Revelation begins with some announcing stuff, you know, like it's going to be in this order. Here's an overview. And then it goes, you will know the signs of the times by the following events happening. And people call them the quaking of the earth, the blood sea miracle, wormwood, the smiting of the thirds. You see, if we were in a binary solar system in between the two light sources, then the moon, the dark part of the moon would be, and the light part would be lit differently because there's two light sources, right? And if there were a second light source at, say, a 66-degree angle, then it would literally smite 1/3 of the shadow of the moon, which is what the text says will happen, that 1/3 of the stars will fall from the sky. That is, you wouldn't be able to see them because you have this alternative light source blocking your view. As you know, if there's too much light, the atmosphere is illuminated and you can't see stars. And right on down the line, all of the prophecies would happen in that scenario. Peace and respect, welcome, generally specific.
Hey, sorry, man. I didn't even know you were alive, dude. I would have stopped my show like an hour and a half ago and come in here whenever it was. You got to message me, dude. Let me know when you're going live. I'm just killing time. I'd rather be in here listening to you. All right, now I'm listening.
So somebody, a recent philosopher that I like to quote is one Whoopi Goldberg, who said, "Everything's everything, dog." Yeah. So so to have predictive power and I could understand from the revelation of the dream sequence and the application of it by looking at actual physics and chemistry and what would happen. Gave me an explanation of the announcing miracles, which is only in the book of Revelation, and which thing I had not read.
So I want to make, so as I understand, you had this experience that profound, and through the story of David and Goliath, you were able to see and connect that into the solar system and the science.
I wouldn't say it that way. I would say in the dream sequence, those things were translated to me against my will and quite uncomfortably and disturbingly.
It was shown to you that way.
It was shown to me. I had no choice about it. I tried to take control and couldn't.
But that set you on a fire, set your heart to know, and you've been dedicated to study and to finding the answers. And then you're finding more patterns. And that's what you said, is that through this alternative view of the story of David and Goliath, it's also pointing to repeating stories.
Yeah, I'll give you some examples of praying through the text and what appeared like literally physically to my eyes. Like it was transposed onto my optic nerve or something. This is what I saw behind literal physical words reading the Bible. I'll show you a couple things that I saw. For instance, I saw this. And literally physically behind chapters 4 and 21 of the book of Revelation, a description of the throne room of heaven. This was the picture that I first saw the first time I started. I hadn't even read all of it. And I can see this thing behind it. Like it's printed on the paper behind the words. I can see this. What is this? Well, it's 29 gigantic Earth and moon-sized spaceships. To be blunt about it, is described in the book of Revelation. The coloration, the shape, the decorations, the wings, the count, the view shields or windshields that are silvery in color. All of the description is there. That the largest one has a green emerald light around it, probably some kind of force field or something, some kind of energy radiation coming off of it. But I directly saw that. Here's another one that I saw, actually physically in the text. This is chapter 21 of the book of Revelation, the wall of heaven, which if you put the stones in the order given, using the cardinal direction in the order given, east, north, south, and west, you get two different ones, two different lays of 12 different colored stones. Those stones reflect a total and complete and even rainbow, where in one layer they're in color order, or the seasons. On the outside layer they're in tribal order, or the 12 signs of the zodiac, the Hebrew zodiac. And then you have the apostles in the center as the foundation of the wall. And because they're positioned sometimes overlapping and sometimes having a differentiation, if you join the two matching colors together, I should bring that full screen. I'm doing a bad job of being a host. If you look, for instance, you got the sun in the middle, then you got the zodiac, the 12 tribes, the 12 apostles around the outside there. If you join the color to itself when they don't line up radially, you get these intersecting lines. these intersecting lines with the circles around them, like in the lowest right-hand side, just off of south, you have a maroon line intersecting a pink line, or sardonyx overlapping kidney stone or a beryl. It causes that intersecting line with that little circle around it. If you do a ray from the center of the graph out to that, it points at a specific date. I looked up these dates. They're Jewish holidays. I had no idea what the Jewish holidays were. I'm not a Jew, and who memorizes something like that anyway? And you can't. It changes every year because they have a different calendar. So this is I figured out this is the holidays spread out over the course of 3.5 years. But I looked up to see how far the Jews have projected out the holidays. They haven't projected them out this far. What do you think of that? Also, this at the top in the top triangle, ignoring the intersections, but the top triangle line of blue, yellow, and a light yellow green, that triangle right there may be the missing platonic solid. You know, there's a missing platonic solid. I'm pretty sure that's it. That if I keep repeating that shape and join them together in the right arrangement, I'll have the missing platonic solid. I didn't even learn about that until I'd start studying these things, that there was platonic solids or that one was missing. But I'm pretty sure that's it. So there's a couple of the things out of actually several hundred.
This is fascinating.
So that's the kind of stuff's been happening to me in the last 10 years. And I haven't scratched the surface of what's happened in these conversations in the course of 10 years.
I'm sure.
So am I persuaded? Yeah, I'm persuaded.
Where's it leading?
Gosh,
what do you think?
Leading?
What do you think?
To me, testifying.
Yeah. This is the time. I'm confident. God is that experience. I have heard many just profound spiritual experiences that people have had. And I'm grateful that you had that experience and that I got to meet the results of this, right? Because
dude, I'm telling you, I became a freak. Like when this stuff was shown to me, I went and pointed my fingers literally in the face of preachers. And I said, "You must certainly know this stuff. Why aren't you telling the people?" And all of them had the same reaction. I don't know what path you're on, but I've never heard of this path.
And then they throw you out for being a wolf.
Precisely.
That's been a common denominator in my experience. You look at something and you go, "This is what the book says. You're saying something different, but you claim to be a Bible man. Reconcile that for me." "Oh, you're a wolf. You're a troublemaker. Get out of here."
Oh yeah. Well, you talk about fragility.
Yeah.
Well, I can imagine seeing your level of compassion and your ability to communicate now. I'm guessing that's from many mistakes, many, I won't say mistakes, many learning opportunities where we've.
Oh, yes. There's been a lot of those. I mean, from the very first 20 minutes, I mean, I was literally converted into being a theist from a hardcore atheist in literally 20 minutes. That's how long it took to look this stuff up and realize that I couldn't have known it, that I didn't know it, that it was true, and that the text was claiming it. Way before that people could have known. Way, like over 1,000 years earlier.
Well, the Bible says that in the end times that there's going to be basically a great outpouring of spirit, right? That the young are going to have visions, the old are going to have dreams, and different things like that. And I think maybe you line up somewhere in between. So maybe you're having dreams and visions. I don't. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, there's a lot going on that is being withheld from the average person, and it's not the kind of sheep that the Bible says they want you to be. It's the kind of sheep that man requires you in order for its machinations to reach their fruition, and their machination is deception, and to control and to subvert, and so I think you're on the right. I think you're on the right path, man.
I think they obviously want to keep their jobs. Who doesn't? Right? But if their job is to manipulate, that they're going to manipulate.
Yeah. Well, just look at what happened with Kennedy's family. I just heard that they all came out against them and basically said that they don't agree with that. I mean, here's a guy who's was running for president, and your family can't even get behind and unite around a dude who's getting ready to run for the president of the United States because of political BS. I mean, talk about sucking the entire D of the Communist Party. I mean, we're done in this country. It's over. I mean, everyone's like bowing to dear leader except for the few people that are standing out, talking and shaking a fist and speaking out against it. But I'm telling you, if people don't wake up sooner, man, it's done cakes.
Let me tell you about what they're going to experience if they don't wake up. They're going to experience that.
Yeah.
Now that's about a foot long total. Probably weighs about 3 to 5 pounds. It's an autonomous, artificially intelligent drone that stings people. And it looks scary as hell. They can look forward to that.
You sharing the correct picture? I see a bunch of writing.
Yeah, I see writing and it looks like a bug.
Yeah, it's a
bug with wings.
Bug. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's got a demonic from the book of Revelation, the quote unquote locust.
Well, it's interesting. Have you heard of a gentleman named Dana Cornerstone, Demolished Doctrine? I'd recommend you look into his Brace Yourself. He's got like a Brace Yourself series that during the whole vid, the old sweet and sour sniffles, the Wu flu. Yeah. So he had like a whole series where he's talking about the election time. Now, in his mind, it was the past election, the one that I believe was not fairly done. We'll just put it that way. And so the interesting thing is, and I think this next one's not. I think the whole thing is rigged. I mean, full disclosure, I think all of it's just nonsense. It's a kabuki show. But sometimes they'll do it in your face to try to elicit you to have an emotional response and then feed off of that emotion and that bitterness and that anger and that vitriol. So the interesting thing is I think his vision might have been for this election season coming, because I really don't know that we're going to have another president after whatever's going on. Go ahead.
Well, it's actually my prayer that we find a way to interrupt these sick games of politics and economics before November. Because if you take the ideas of the scripture and if you take them to be true, the beasts of rule that have risen, it's the governments and corporations. The Satan comes to steal, kill, and destroy. What does American government do? It steals, kills, and destroys all around the world. It's selfishness and greed.
Well, the irony of it is it doesn't even do it for its own benefit. It does it for some global cabal. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but it seems patently obvious that the one behind pulling the strings is Satan or the devil, or at the end of the day. And people are like, oh, well, what you're saying sounds like you're against a certain group. No, I war not against flesh. I have no problem with flesh. I'm talking about this is a spiritual war, good versus evil, and you will pick a side, and no man can serve two masters equally. He'll either love the one and hate the other, but be loyal to the one and betray the other. So pick your side this day. Who do you serve?
Well, this is what I want to get more widely shared. The double-minded man in the structures of greed and corporation serving mammon, it creates the illusion of two masters, right? And so people make excuses to justify selfishness and oppression. Well, righteousness it's what we all want, but until we confront the lies and the liars, it's looking pretty dark.
Can forgive my ignorance, Jack? I'm relatively wet behind the ears. Recently birthed, maybe 5 years. What is mammoth? Is that like materialism, like the world?
That's my understanding of it.
Okay, all right.
Right.
Still, you misheard. It's mammon.
Mammon, not mammoth, but mammon. It's MAMMAN.
You could spell it that way. That'd be fine. There's spelling variants. That's close enough. You get the idea. You have the consonants, and in the Hebrew, that's what matters.
Yes, sir.
Well, and it's not flesh and blood we wrestle against. It's the principalities and the rulers in high places. And the highest place within each of us is our structures of beliefs. Those structures of beliefs they'll create us into into demons or Christ.
And that's my favorite word right there, Richard. Is it a bug or a feature? I always ask myself that question. Is it a bug or a feature? And it always tends to be a rhetorical question at the end of the day. Yeah. It's always a feature.
It is. It is. Someone smarter than me and with more privilege in depth of government and height of government recently said, if there's something going on, it's not an accident.
Yeah.
And it can't be an accident because, when you have literally at the top 5 people involved, below that 200 people involved, below that 10,000 people involved, don't perceive it as an accident no matter what you see.
Well, I mean, and on top of that, it's actually interesting if you've never seen the video or have been shown the video of what would I say? It'd be the werewolf game where there's villagers and there's 2 werewolves, and there's usually there's 20 villagers, 2 werewolves, or 18 villagers. There's like 20 people, 2 of which are werewolves. The game continues until there's only 2 villagers and 2 werewolves, or until the werewolves have been discovered and slain. And what happens is the villagers go to sleep every night, and then the werewolves pick 2 villagers to attack, or one. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2 to attack. And then in the morning, the villagers wake up, and of course they can't see who anyone's picking, so they just start accusing other villagers. Pretty soon, they take themselves out of the equation with their paranoia. It's kind of like the Salem witch trial, that kind of thing, right? So the interesting thing is what it does is it demonstrates that a very small percentage of a population can have the inside information and have such a dire effect on the masses. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's
well,
what
I'd like to add on to that with the heroin addicted rat. Given that water bottle of heroin or however that works. But they said you put that same rat in a population and you have that same water bottle of heroin, nobody gets addicted to it.
That's
because there's options, right?
I would hope there would be options, but it sounded more like a social, I don't want to say experiment, but it sounds more like the results of the experiment was the necessity for social interaction.
Well, if I remember the experiment, and I don't remember it being a solo situation, I think that if I remember correctly, it would keep going after the cocaine to the point where it would stop doing everything else. Right?
Correct. Yeah, that sounds very familiar. Yes.
And then because it wasn't given any other option. But I think what you're saying is once it was introduced into what you're saying into more of a social or option, it would never go for the cocaine. But
right,
once
or none of the other rats. Yeah, or they would try it or something, but no, none of them got. Yeah.
It's very interesting. I find it fascinating. Yeah, and also if you look into the mouse utopia or the rat utopia in the 70s, that experiment they did, that was actually right before they started doing all the ghettos, right before they started stacking people on top of each other, and big Section 8 housing situations. They knew that if they did this experiment with the rats and that there was always a colony collapse, then they could replicate that in people that they thought were not worthy of continuing to be on this earth or in the population. They want
and have plausible denial. Well, I don't know if it's called plausible with denial, but have a complete separation from the crime where you're not even looked at.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, what's more benevolent than setting up an entire rat village with all the room they could hope for, with a population that was far higher than what it was before it collapsed? So it wasn't the fault of the benevolent creator of the environment. They gave them all the food and the bedding that they could need, and the rats actually started to sequester themselves in certain ways and peculiar ways. And towards the end of it, there was the TikTok models and the Instagram, the beautiful ones they weren't interested in mating. They only ate enough to survive, but they spent the rest of the time grooming themselves, kind of like TikTok models, right? And we're seeing this being replicated right before our very eyes. I mean, you can't write this stuff. I mean, right?
Yeah, it's just too obviously true.
And to your point, none your business, it gives them plausible. Look at how benevolent I am. Look at what I'm giving you. Yeah, well, when you give people everything they need with no struggle, it removes purpose. Removing purpose removes meaning. Removing meaning ends up a spiraling colony collapse. That's what I would posit, at least.
Yeah, if you're given 8 hours of sick leave for every 3 months of work, guess how much sick leave you have at the end of 12 months? The same as everybody else, 0. You're given 16 hours of sick leave of every 3 months. Guess how much you have at the end of the year? 0. Yeah,
everybody uses it.
Oh yeah, your new 0 is what you think, like credit cards. Oh, I'm at 0. I don't have any money. No, I got a credit card. I'll just put it on the credit card. You now have a new 0, not realizing it's a negative.
Probably you're in the negative 3,500 or so is the new 0.
Yeah, and that's 16% or even 10. I don't even want to discuss it. But yeah, money. Everybody's like, oh, I'm scared about this new. What if we all get on one denomination? I'm sorry, we already are. It's called the petrodollar since 1973. I don't know how more to explain that to you. Don't you read the news?
No, they don't. And why are you still asking? Yeah. My question, if Revelation was already done, are we out of time? There's a few things I'd like to point out so that you answer your own question. Because I think it's best if a person figure it out for themselves. And I just ask the correct questions for you. How long ago was the book of Revelation written? We're still here. Okay. Is it past tense? Yes. Is it the end of the planet that's being described? Yes. Yeah. If it's past tense, the end of the planet, was that here? There you go.
Oh, you snuck in your binary. That was interesting. I thought you were going someplace else with that.
No, that's it. To me, it's just that clean and dry and simple. Yes, it's telling the truth. Yes, it happened in the past. Yes, it was the end of the earth. No, it wasn't here.
Well, there's another perspective on there that stands out for me. What is time? I mean,
what is time? Well, there are interesting claims about time in religious stories. Very interesting claims. Mm-hmm. Here's one of those things that human beings could not have written, and we recently found out is true. There is a claim in the Bible that from the perspective of heaven, and this is just one for instance, there's a lot of these, 1,000 years is as a day. Well, let's consider what that could mean. It means there's a time differential. Now, we all know there's no differential in time based on locale. Oh, wait, there is. We call it time dilation. And it has to do with how deep you are in a gravity well. Well, certainly that's got it backwards. No, it doesn't have it backwards. The deeper you are in a gravity well, the slower you move.
But the cooler you look.
I'm having a tough time picturing a gravity well, but
okay, so you know Einstein's sheet of space-time, right?
Yeah.
The Earth in the bottom of that dip. This is the gravity well.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, the idea of the eternal life and the idea of a day is the quote you just shared regarding time.
Mm-hmm.
If we align with God, would we not align outside of time? And I'm explaining this poorly. I've been really, truly, my focus in me has been learning how to stay present and mind on God. And I believe that is what we're taught. Well, the more I stay present and just flow through the life moment by moment, allowing love to lead the way, each day it feels like a week. I mean, I got to make notes to remember what I'm doing all day because I get so much stuff done. And then each week it feels like a month. And is life eternal? Life is eternal. What are we? We're temporarily here right now. I think.
Peace and respect and welcome. First thoughts, you should have the floor right away if you like.
Hey, Richard. Hey, Jack. Hey, JS. The concept of luminaries. When people are able to read the luminaries up in the skies, when it comes down and it gets manifested here into the physical, that's where people talk about centuries. The Son of God, the 7-day cycle, opposed to the Father series, a 10-day cycle, 10-week cycle. So the ones that understood about reading those luminaries would know what's going to occur in centuries to come. Hence the word manifest. Image of God called man. Spiritual into the material. So Jack, when you're talking about, if we're with God, are we in time? Yeah, that concept of time and space in between. We're in 3 dimensions: physical, mental, and emotional. This is why they knew there were going to be wars. This is why Nostradamus understood about reading the signs. This is why I asked the question, when you're taking up into the spirit, where are you? Are you astral traveling? Are you no longer without a vessel?
I think any of us can be in the spirit at any time with the right mindset and with the right humility, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And that does happen to individual people and can be beautiful when I see it. But I also think there's a large portion of the population that if you said, Domenico, what you just said to most people I've known in my life, and without the experience or some level of experience like the experiences I've had, it would just be over their heads, I'm afraid.
It's for the few, not for the many. The master's already revealing where they're at. They're caught up in oral and spoken thing, even though I'm doing it right now. These are concepts called afterthoughts, not thoughts. Thoughts you don't communicate with the written or spoken words. Now, when you speak, now you're talking about sounds and frequencies. Again, this is the ones that are seeking. The rest, they're already on their journey. They're chasing fiat currency. They might not even understand how it works. They're chasing alchemy of the physical.
The great merchants of the world will deceive the nations with their, in the Greek, and you don't even need to try to look up what it means. Pharmakia, the great nations of the world will deceive the great merchants of the world will deceive the nations with their pharmakia.
I'm gonna yeah, I don't want to slam the brakes on a good conversation, but man, I was out there walking the dog and making water outside. I'm telling you, haven't lived until you can make water in your own backyard, right? That's freedom. So yeah, most of the men are nodding. Perhaps all of them. Some of you guys have avatars. So that said, I'm listening, and Richard was positing about gravity well and time being different and relative to how deep down into a gravity well you are. Now, so my query would be this, and it's a semi-rhetorical question. And I'm going to have a series of queries, and then I'll leave it to the panel to try to push back or to expound upon what I'm positing. Who wrote down the ages of all these different characters in the Bibles? These stars, these main characters in the Bibles. Some like Adam, 930 years. Noah, 640 something. I can't remember exactly how many years he was. So the interesting thing is if we expound upon what Richard was saying and we apply it, if there was a way for one to travel, like whether it be through a Stargate or some kind of, or an actual travel, like getting in a vehicle and traveling to a place where, and at a speed in which you relatively did not age yourself, right, as you were traveling, and then as you dwelled in that place where time was slower, and on Earth things were still as fast as what they would be for us, and you come back, and you come back, and you come back, and you go, and you come back, and you go, and you come back. Eventually, you're going to accumulate some years. But to the people around you, I mean, did they say that Adam looked like he was decrepit and bent over? I mean, have you seen some dudes that are 100? I mean, they can't even stand up straight. They're like, "Kill me, it hurts," you know. And so it's like I never heard any telling of these characters being, I mean, other than I think Abraham being old and Sarah being older and you know, being 99, 100 at the time. And so is it possible that they would go away for a while and come back and people would be remarked that, well, that's Noah, right?
Well, I'm going to take the literal explanation for that.
Okay.
Others may have other explanations. These things are not without meaning. And I looked it up, you are correct, 930 years. Adam was doing what at 930?
Well, so I'm unclear as to when they got kicked out of the Garden of Eden.
It's at 930.
So surely this day you will die, and that's a day for the Lord. You know, under 1,000 years would have been a day for the Lord, right? So the question is, was as soon as he left, was he then killed? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that he ate the apple at 930 years. I think he lived to 930 years.
That's
I
correct.
think he was banished out of the Garden of Eden. But what year was that? That I don't know that I've ever seen that in the Bible.
Let me cover that. Okay, so he's having a change of situation. He's leaving what was, going into what is. Okay. And it's not to do with necessary death, but he's leaving the garden. You might find it interesting. List of Hebrew gematria. 930 means transitioning, God elect calling, which is exactly what's happening with his life.
Richard.
Well, I would push back. I'm sorry. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Put a different spin on this. This is not about flesh and blood. So when you say you're 50 or 60 years old, you're erroneous. Your vessel's 50 or 60 years old. Adam, when they're talking about 900 years, they're not talking physical. They're talking spiritual. You will experience the tree of knowledge of good and evil, spiritual material. He died physically, but not spiritually. And we're in different ages. There's the golden age. There's the iron age. We're in the age of information. We're coming close to the age of Aquarius. It's all about air. We don't see air beings, which I happen to be one, by the way.
So then how do we determine that he was 930? Who wrote down that he was 930? It was written by man. So who was calculating those years?
Wait, do you mean scribed or authored by man, or is there a difference?
There you go. Well done.
Well, God inspired. But so my question is, if you're saying that he was in the spirit 930 years, not in the flesh, we're not sure how many years. That kind of begs the question for me, or maybe I'm saying the wrong thing. That still leaves a big question in my mind. Well, who determined how old he was, and who was the teller of the age? Who was the determiner of the actual factual of the age? Do you see what I'm saying? So you're saying now you're positing spirit. So spirit is not material for me.
That's right. When you throw something up in the air, it stays here. This is why we have mortals and immortal beings. The immortal beings, if you could meet them, you would have actually oral teachings. But because most of them are caught up in the mortal form, you have this thing called the written word. It is so dumbed down. You just don't know how dumbed down it is. They're all speech. At least you can actually engage many receivers. Again, most people that play with the written work are just playing with the upper hemispheres. You should be actually communicating with the midbrain. That's where the mind, ment, communicates with. So anytime you pick up a book, Richard kind of talked about it, what form should you be reading it in? Like a scroll? Like a book form? Left to right to left? Should you be doing in Greek, French, Spanish? What? Is one particular style of written work, and especially with these men of old. I'm going to use men of old. They used to download information. They didn't get it down. A guy like Jesus and Socrates, he never wrote nothing. They understood what the hemispheres do. It misleads itself. That's why you have to go inwards in a state of silence and stillness. That's why some people have to do it in a state of sleep. Or some people do certain kinds of substance. Some people will fast. Jesus fasted for 40 days. Let's go with that ideal. Then Satan says, I have a worthy opponent finally. None of you other mortals are willing to go 40 days without eating food. Dare not actually try to give up breathing for at least a couple of minutes. Or drinking without water for 3 or 4 days. This is mortal stuff. This is why people get caught up in morality conversation. If you're really going to talk about what's called entities, gods, demigods, demons, angels, get away from the flesh and blood. Because there is higher principalities. What are you? Are you the fallen ones? Are you the abominations? Are you willing to entertain those ideals?
Well, I'm still waiting for you to answer, or maybe you don't have an answer, which is perfectly fine, Dom. But I'm still kind of waiting. It looks like Jack wants to give it a shot.
Well, I've heard others talk about the possibility that our lifespan did descend. I mean, if I'm open to all possibilities that the truth can apply on the physical, as well as, in the stars and the heavens, as well as so many other ways. And it seems there's archaeology for giants. There's stories and stuff of the past that are just far wilder than what we know of today. So given that, I mean, I've heard other scholars point to those ideas that, longevity was different than it is now. I don't know.
That's certainly a possibility. But what I'm saying is, going off of what Richard had posited about the yes. gravity well, that's where it could make a little bit more sense of maybe they were visiting.
And if you tie in some of those theories with Enoch too, it ties in. I mean, it would be another pattern that could make sense.
I find it fascinating. So,
as far as that gravity, when Richard made a visual hand sign of how it, looked, gravity pulls from the center of the earth. If we're in a gravity well, what does that mean? That everything's being pulled towards the South Pole?
Only if you're on the North Pole. I mean, if you're being pulled to the center, then it would necessitate that you be on the North Pole in order to get pulled towards the South Pole, right? I mean, unless I don't understand how it all works.
Yeah, that's normal gravity. Everything pulls towards the center. But he made it sound like it was a ball.
I think I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds like a ball pushing a thing down. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that there's an actual gravity well out there somewhere that's affecting everything, not just the gravity well that affects the Earth within the gravity well of the Earth.
Oh, well, no, I'm just saying I can't picture what he's saying. If you've got a ball pushing a thing down and you're saying that you're in where the gravity at the bottom of that thing is like stronger, is the strength of that gravity centered in the center of our Earth? I guess it would have to be, so that we're all centrally pulled, but he's making it sound like if you're in the bottom of that thing, there's more gravity pulling you down because it's already warping that space-time continuum imaginary sheet. Why wouldn't everything be pulling down instead of like towards the center of the Earth? That's all I'm saying.
This is getting tough for my mind picture, so I'm going to go rest. Thank you all. I love it. Love the conversations and appreciate you all. Peace.
Blessings, brother. Nice meeting you. As far as I'll just give my quick answer on the age thing before anybody else. Welcome, brothers and sisters, whomever. He said, "In that day you will surely die." To me, it's I don't want to say it's cute. It sounds like it's nice that in Scripture, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, he says a day is 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a day. That helps us explain, Adam and everything. But don't forget, it was the Sabbath. On the seventh day, the Father rested. Now that seventh day could have lasted a very long time, but he said in that day, so it was on a Sabbath. I would say 930 years later.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm tracking. And some of this stuff, like I'm with Jack on that one. Some of this stuff, it just makes my head hurt just a little bit.
You have to go beyond the head. Sorry, Jay. You have to go beyond the
Yeah,
the
no, I
head.
agree.
When we have the concept as above, so below, we're talking about polarities, north and south. And then the east is west is from side to side. This is why we have the word news or the word laws, land, air, water, and space. Acronyms of 4 opposed to acronyms of 3s. Again, this is beyond the hemispheres. This is mid-gut stuff information. And you almost have to be in that beginner's mind, because most people are going to be indoctrinated, first of all, with the language, how it's written and how it's spoken, whether it's English, Hebrew, Greek, Mandarin, Braille, and that's all indoctrination. Once you go inwards, then you have to ask yourself, how does it serve? This is where you use wisdom. How would it serve if I knew the surface of the earth? How would it serve if I understood those 2 luminaries or images? Again, is it to earn money? Is it to get fame? We already have a whole bunch of books. I wish all the books would be burnt, personally, because that was written in an age that served then. We're in a different age now. Written work should have been done a long time ago. Especially if you understand what it does to the hemispheres. It's like what diodes do to inside of LED. It entrains the upper hemispheres. This is where the concept of king and queen sit. If you're not willing to question those things are thoughts. Then what you're going to do after thoughts, which is spoken and written. Pen to paper. Start writing with your left hand opposed to your right hand. You'll get different outcomes.
Wildheart brother, is that you from a long time ago? A revised edition? I'm sorry to ask you, just to double check if you're that same old guy. Are you sober?
Yeah. I've been resurrected twice, apparently.
Are you kidding me, dude? I'm so proud of you. Well done. I don't care if it's for an hour. Well done.
Round of applause.
Cheers, man. Good to see you. Sorry, I've not been following the conversation, so I'm just trying to catch up. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of interesting what Dom was saying earlier. How does it serve to know X, Y, or Z? Like, what's the purpose of it? What are you going to do with that information? Are you going to profit yourself? Are you going to edify the Lord? Are you going to edify the Spirit? What is your ultimate goal with the knowledge of what you're receiving certain knowledges, right? What's the purpose? And I find that to be a fascinating question. And it's like people that will fight over like the shape of the earth, for example. I don't care what shape it is. That's not going to change what I do tomorrow morning. It's not going to change what time I set my timer. You know what I mean? How you doing, Sammy? Good to see you. So I keep asking that question, and it's a serious question. At the end of the day, what are you going to do with that information, and how is that going to benefit you in any way, shape, or form? And what does it mean to benefit you? I think surrendering to the Lord is a form of benefit. I think surrendering to the flow of things, I think Dom, you're rubbing off on me a little bit here. Kind of, instead of fighting the energy that's around you, kind of flow with it a little bit. There's the beauty of the creation that's all around you, but yet we're all like hustling to try to get like.
That's very Eastern philosophical. I got lost in the word there. That's very Eastern thinking of you. Yeah. Taoism, I think it is.
I don't know. It just came to me. I don't know. I don't know how confident I am in it, but
it's good.
For Jimmy.
No, I was literally finished. You got me.
Okay. Well, that's where we start talking about non-attachments. Most people are going to get attached to things, and suffering is usually about attaching to comforts and desires, the heart, the blood that goes to it. Then again, this is like with the Muslims, when they have their will. So do you submit your will to Allah? Do you even know what Allah is? Are they one of the fallen ones? The I am, the jealous gods, the demigods? Now people are willing to entertain that, but then again, who taught you how to breathe? Wasn't your parents. Offsprings from their parents. What do they really? Did they teach you actually how to digest your body? I mean, your food that when you eat it now. So again, it tells you the human race is not really that superior. It's the being part, and of course, it does affect. Humans are like animals. Do you see animals creating bridges? No, there's another species here, and we're getting tech from them. The written work, scattered languages. Why did they scatter the languages? Because you have to understand what sounds and frequencies are. Now, is that language done in silence opposed to the ones that we do when we speak, when we break our silence, when we talk? I'm using English. English is a meaningful language. It's not like Greek. It's a comprehension language, or Sanskrit, which is a healing language. But all that could be taught from within. Hence, you hear each other, and that's respect. Doing this shit about agreeing or disagreeing, that's your ego talking. I agree. What the fuck do you agree upon? The sound, the frequency? Because you're indoctrinated from a schooling system? Or do you listen from within? And even that, you should be able to question those things, because you could easily be entertaining a demon of some sort. You might even find out you're the demon.
Well, it's interesting what you just said. When someone says, I agree, what does that even mean? Do you agree with this? Do you agree with the sound, the vibration? And so how many times have you heard me say this, Richard, that the truth seems to have a ring to it?
Resonates.
At least 3 times. That's probably my 4th time now. But, when you pointed out, they put it right together for me. Thank you, by the way. Thanks for putting that puzzle piece in place.
Yeah. Agreeing or disagreeing, again, that's the ego that wants more like soothing comforts. They're trying to cult up with other people. And people just don't question themselves. You should be able to question those words before you even speak them. Hence mantras. You embody those things. Eventually, you don't even have to hear it anymore. You embody that information. What is love? Just breathe it in and out. There you go. It's unconditional. It's served to everybody, to all the living beings here in many forms.
So
but I get it. People, go ahead.
I want to expand upon that, Dom, because and this has been bouncing around in my head for about a couple of months now, or longer than that. But if anyone's ever picked up a guitar that's out of tune and strummed it, even if you have the right fingering of the chord, it's going to sound discordant often. So there's accordant, accord, and discord, order, and chaos, right? And matter of fact, if you use a certain vibration, especially when you apply it to water and freeze it quickly, the pattern that the flake will create will be ordered or disordered, accord or discord, based on the frequency, whether it's an accordant frequency or whether it's a discordant frequency. The same thing with vibrations with sand that they'd put on top of a speaker. They play a certain megahertz, it's going to have a certain pattern. Sometimes it's a lovely looking pattern that's ordered. Sometimes it's a very disorganized asymmetrical pattern based on the megahertz. So continue with that if you could.
Yeah, somatica. So at that point now we're talking about harmony, chi, opposed to what we create called angles. So now people will play with the concept of 440 opposed to 432. Now each number has its own energy. So 4 is about time. 3 is about Trinity. 2 is about duality. You add them all together, that's number 9. 9 is the spiritual number, hence spiritual meaning the material. 440, you got time. With the 0 encompassing 0 adds up to number 8. Number 8 is the energy for the material. This is why we have the spiritual number 7. So again, and then you can do that the same thing when it comes to letters. This is why some people, when they play instruments, they can see what's called colors. We say words like, okay, I see red. I said, no, you don't see the word. You'll see an object and you'll be associated. Say, okay, I'm going to call that red. Meanwhile, a person that's truly blind will say, no, the person that's with their visions have been blind. They've never see a red truck. When I say red truck, you don't see the word red truck. You see the object. That's called alchemy in the physical. What we label things like gold, silver, a urn, whatever, that's alchemy of language now. That's the spirit meeting the material, the unknown meeting the known, the yin meeting the yang, the negative meeting the positive. Chaos, order out of chaos.
This is absolutely crazy. Richard, if you could pause it just one quick second. Because I want people to understand right before this shows that in the beginning was the Word is with God, and the Word was God. And remember what God said, let there be light. He said, he spoke. He created a vibrational megahertz. And for all we know, for our understanding is, imagine the sand on that plate that you're about to see there and the shape that it takes. That is the earth. It was formless and void. But then he spoke and it started to take shape. It could be as simple as God is holding a note. Oh,
I've seen this and this is mind-blowing.
Sounds good.
It is mind-blowing. Is there sound?
There is. I'm not playing it.
Doesn't it look like the turtle's back or a pattern that might be on a turtle's back or something like that? It's very interesting. And this is how our cells are created.
Doesn't it look like a cross or Richard's throne room?
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Also, the flower of life, mandalas.
Isn't there like a perfect ratio? What's that ratio? The Da Vinci's ratio or something like that?
Fibonacci sequence.
That's it.
Yeah, Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah, there's another cross. There's another cross. That's so interesting.
And what are these? I haven't really paid attention to the hertz. I wonder what they're going up by.
Yeah, it's showing you on the left right there. That's 4173 hertz.
It'd be like tuning into a radio. As they turn the frequency, it starts to make different shapes, and then noting the frequency at which the shapes appear.
Oh, so it's just slowly turning in it and saying, this is where this new shape exists?
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Where's the speakers? Or is that the speaker?
Underneath it?
Well, no. It's bolted to the metal plate underneath.
So it's an electric thing, right?
That's the speaker plate that's in the speaker, like in all your stereos and stuff. That's the actual plate that vibrates.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you find it fascinating when the Bible says that the power of death or life and death is on the tongue? that we speak life and death, and we're also to speak of things that aren't as though they were.
Yes.
These
And
are fascinating.
the leaven in bread, those little bubbles, that's CO2, and what you speak is CO2. Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees.
Oh, wow, dude. It just blew my mind there, man. Seriously, wow.
There's depth in the text.
That's just another flipping revelation. Thank you so much, man. I find so much benefit from being in your chat rooms, Richard. Like I said, please, in the future, you have my number. If I don't respond to your text and you're about to go live and I don't have anything important going on, me on the gaming channel is not important. Me in this room learning is important. So please text me.
Do you know, I think the first time I met you, GS, we talked about bad associations. And there were some Christians come into the chat and was giving you a bit of grief for being in Richard's chat. And they all went, "Nah, I'm out." And I haven't seen them since.
Interesting.
And we talked about, you know, what's lost if you have a very if you put yourself in a bubble and don't expose yourself to views you don't agree with, how can you ever grow? You know? And you just pointed that out perfectly. Like you said, you learn so much here.
Yeah.
And it's because you're exposing yourself to things that your bias will never think yourself. We sort of need to expose ourselves to these things.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, everybody, get out there and expose yourself. Wait a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, there's some beautiful stuff out there, man. The Bible is just amazing to me, man. I'm just sitting there going, it's just, and I don't even think we're reading it the right way. I really don't. But even in a lack of understanding, there's still some semblance of understanding that is still benefiting me, even if I'm kind of not getting all of it. I still feel like I'm getting something better than what I had before. Oh, it's so
I
weird.
suggest forgiveness for ourselves in our reading of the Holy Scriptures, and I do mean all of them worldwide, be they Africa, the Americas, wherever they originated from, that unless you're the intended reader, you're only going to get bits and pieces. Try to imagine what he sees. That blows my mind.
You know, Richard, when I got on, you spoke briefly of the Hebrew words meaning two different things. I think you used water as the example, liquid, excuse me, you used as an example.
Yeah.
I've seen so many people debate over the exact same scripture, right down to the word, right down to the letter of a specific word.
Sure.
And we're all looking at the same thing. And there's two, and it separates into two different groups of viewpoints, not just me and one other person, but it actually, I've come to, it's a hypothesis of mine. Let's test this. That the good book was intentionally written that way, so that you have to seek the truth. You have to seek how many times have you read scripture and you're like, wait a minute, he just said something about this guy that sounded cool, and now he's saying he's a jerk. Who's the he? Oh, I see. He's going. It's like he intentionally put two different possibilities within like very many verses, like almost every verse.
So you're saying there's binary in the Bible, that it seems like if then go to subroutines.
Yes, like the old, you turn off the TV, the station shuts down, but your TV's still on, and that static, the black and white ant races.
Gotcha.
So you start at the bottom, and you've got the truth is aligned to the top, but that first pixel at the bottom could be the pixel in the dead center of the screen. It could be the pixel on the very lower left, and that in each one of those pixels can be black or white. It changes, and you've got to find the truth in each one of those. Just a simple, one or the other. It's not that, it doesn't get into the 3, 4, 5, 6 different complicated. each one is 2. So then you move on to the next pixel to go up, to go up, to go up. And it could be a really scattered line or whatever, but that's the truth when you reach the top. So, I mean, there's like Elijah and Elisha, the 2 trees in the garden, the 2 Ten Commandments. I mean, there's 2 sets. It's like, goodness gracious. Balaam and Balak, stuff in the New Testament that we read that I would not even consider until I hear people debate, and I'm like, where are you getting that from? And then you look at it and you're like, oh, I see. You can still see how they're wrong, but you can see how they can take it one way or the other unless you actually search that out.
Well, how would we suffer in perfect truth?
By seeking it out. What is he saying here? Like somebody says something so stupid that it goes against the whole rest of the Bible, but oh, they've got a verse. Oh, they've got a verse to support it, but yeah, so there's like, and I really only thought of this recently because of Tobias Singer. He's a rabbi preaching against Orthodox Jew, preaching against missionaries, Christian missionaries. And he's like, no, it's wrong because of this. The New Testament is wrong because of that. But he was speaking one time on why Abraham knew the Father as El Shaddai instead of Yahovah, even though Yahovah is all throughout Genesis since chapter 2 of verse 4 or something. Why did Abraham only know as El Shaddai? El Shaddai means it is enough. And he explained it geniusly that Abraham saw creation and that it had to come from something unseen and that it was enough. If he created more, you would definitely know there was a God. And if he created less, you would never be able to find him. But he created it just enough so you can seek it out. And he's over there. God is like, here I am, and you ask and seek and knock. And then it's like, oh, it was a literal 7 days. And you don't revert back to science like, oh, the stars just happened by chance. And I don't mean that like 2024. This also works in the year 1000. It works in the year -1000. I'm not saying the science of, you look at the stars and say, oh, I don't believe in God. Right, but Abraham saw that he knew God as El Shaddai, and that's how I see the scripture. If the scripture isn't changing, and we're all reading Paul or John, oh my God, George and Ringo. Okay, I'm hushing up. I'm hushing. I just think it's intentional.
So here's what I see about it in confirmation of my view, in confirmation of what you're saying by my view. There is just enough guidance there for the intended reader that he can see the mission statement and he knows what he should be doing. But it's not a script like you get with Duncan Atheism, Darth Dawkins. It's not like this repetitive script. There's freedom in the ideas, which is why in different accounts you get different words, different people interactions, different responses, and the appearance of different points of view, because there's no 2 people that you could put in the same situation and they would act precisely the same.
Yeah, George Hamilton, he was the Confederate soldier that lost. He was high ranking. He had a female prisoner of war from the North. And in the movie, he said he raped her. And he said, look, you don't think it can't happen to you. I was chilling in my little southern, I don't own any slaves. I'm chilling down in the South, and all of a sudden there's a war. Yes, I'm going to protect my family, my state, my friends. Are you kidding me? Don't think it can't happen to you. Paul or Peter, he died for us while we were yet still sinning. Oh my God, it's like catching your wife in the middle of it and you're like, forgive you. Hey, what's for dinner? Oh my goodness.
So, man, I'm just so humbled right now. Thank you. I'm just going to shut up and listen because there's a lot of good information coming my way.
How could we possibly think, which I'm just returning to an assertion I've made several times. How could I possibly think that there's more than one denomination of Christianity or Judaism, and both, that I could know more than everyone who has reviewed these stories. And in light of all that, think that it was intended to be easily understood, which, by the way, if it was, huge failure, by some common person like myself, without some key to unlock it. That would be the most hubristic idea. And even if I multiply that by 1 million, the chances that 1 million people have it right, and that the other, what is it? 1.5 billion-ish have it wrong. How much self-pride do I have to see all that and think that I must have it right? So it seems to me humility would be the only way. Because I can't think I'm the smartest human being ever who ever happened to pick up that book. That wouldn't be the case. So then what am I left with? I'm left with lean not upon your own understanding, but lean upon every word that issues out of the mouth of the Lord. That's all I can be left with.
Right and wrong is about outcomes. That's about knowledge. Understanding would be something where you go towards the tree of life and have discernment. Hence why, philosophy, that's about wisdom.
So when people push back on that, you can't say it's all about that. There is a second part to it.
Okay, for sure.
But finish it again anyway, because I'm not sure I understood it.
It's a judgment. So when somebody says right or wrong, opposed to maybe right or left, now you're talking about your hemispheres. I agree or I disagree, my likes or dislikes. Those are judgments. And in those judgments, sports does the same ideal. You're more concerned about winning or losing, and most people are going to play I'm going to put more attachments to my winning and ignore or resist my losing. You've picked a side at that point. This where it goes with the concept of the narrow path opposed to those two other paths that are just jumping on cliffs, or you're going on a cliff. You're the observer of those things. You shouldn't always have to experience it. Of course, most people are going to be caught up in the left-hand path. They're going to be all about me, the self-absorbed person, not even questioning what is the self. That's the ongoing program. Once you wake up in the morning,
until something bad happens to them, right? Or something. Yeah, until something bad happens to them, right? And then they cry out, oh my God, get me a Pepsi, I'm sick. Get me a Savior, I've sinned. I mean, seriously though, right?
Sure,
right? Until yeah. Go ahead.
No, that's true. But it reveals you at that point. Doesn't make you, it reveals you. And then again, this is where the Buddhism teachings. Most people are caught up in their attachments. I am caught up in it now. Attachment. Now we have to understand what is meant. Government, entertainment, settlement. You're caught up in the mind. Access consciousness. You can go beyond the mind. But for most people, they want to be caught up in it and never question it. So how do I learn this language? Well, you weren't born with it. How did I learn the written work? You were conditioned. So those are all programs. That's the masculine energy. Now, do you want to be in the feminine energy, the teachable energy, the wisdom energy? Now you have to actually go to the gut.
Sophia.
But that would be challenging. But that would challenge a lot of people because they don't want to do critical thinking to deduct everything that they're not. You're not the vessel. You're not the thoughts. Now, if you want to think you are the thoughts, well, then explain yourself. Who are you talking to then? Who's the one that's communicating? Who taught you language? What happened when somebody goes into a hypnosis state? Who's running your vessel right now? Who's running the liquids in it right now? Where do I go when I go to sleep? And now if you turn around and say, okay, I do astral traveling or I go taking up the spirit, well, then the question is, who are you then? Because I can tell you who you're not at that point, but who are you? That's the seeker's journey. That's the fool's journey.
I'm probably gonna get mocked, but I remember as a young kid, apparently I must have been near a ley line energetically or something in Connecticut where I lived. I remember very many experiences that actually I'll probably talk to Richard offline about a few of them. But when you're talking about astral projecting, or maybe I'm misunderstanding what that is. But I remember I had fallen asleep and I started. I was walking outside, and I remember walking on the streets, and I would take a step, and I was so light that I would bound upward, and I would be up where the wires are, and then I would be coming down real slow, and then I'd bound upward. I did that like down an entire road, and before I even woke up or came back to my body or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what you want to call it. And I'll never forget that experience. And I was pretty young. I was probably 8 or 9, maybe 10 years old when I remember having that experience. Indelible on my mind. It was the closest to flying I've ever been.
I'm sorry to bring up Burt Reynolds, but it was one of his stupid movies. It wasn't even a good one. It was like, hey, we'll fly you to England. Hey, we'll make this dumb movie, But in one of these movies, he said a kid on a bicycle making that curve, leaning way down into the centrifugal force. He doesn't know gravity exists. He only falls once he grows older and understands the physics behind it.
It's interesting.
Or fate favors the bold.
So how does gravity
take a chance, do something?
Fools rush in where angels fear to tread.
Mm-hmm.
How does gravity work?
You ain't got no scars, though, man. You just jump, man. Just go and get some scars. You'll learn.
I was going to say, how does gravity work with lightning when it comes from the below and above? Unless we're talking about magnetic.
You seen Sprite?
Electromagnetic, magnetism both attracts and repulses.
Well done. Yep. Again, we play with words, but we never question those things. As above, so below. Anybody's ever experienced 347, you'll feel it, once you pull away from it, because it's not like a 120 shock. I don't wish that upon anybody, where you're going to generate heat now. This is why when people jump out of a plane, I said, okay, why is it colder up there? Especially when you're dealing with all the different atmospheres, hence the 7 layers of heavens, maybe.
Interesting.
God's rest on the 7th day. They're here to play.
Now, I got to ask you all real quick. I mean, I think he was crucified, died, and resurrected in the year 28. That's like 4 years away. So even if you think it's like 33 or something, don't you think that's that's a pretty significant anniversary? 2,000 years? I mean, something's got to happen, don't you think?
No.
Is that a question out of incredulity? What do they call it? Incredulity? Where you're like, it had to have happened. Incredulity.
Oh, no, I'm not, it's not like in Daniel or anything. I'm just saying, hey, it's going to be exactly 2,000 years here pretty soon. And I don't know, there should be fireworks or something.
Well, under that same thought process, why didn't it happen in the year 1028?
Good question.
And the other thing too is that I've noticed about God's timing. He never seems to be on time when I want him to be on time, but he's never late. He's never late. He's never freaking late. And I can't. His timing is impeccable in my life. So,
but people wrap the idea that maybe the gods don't interfere with human affairs. Especially when the way animals are treated, the insect kingdoms, how they're treated, how the plant kingdom is treated. You would think if the gods had an issue, would they have not come down already? Or they just don't deal with the human affairs?
Is that due to apathy or due to wanting to stay away?
So Pops went out for his cigarettes.
Maybe there's other rulers here.
Sorry. I think the sins are not complete. The there has to be a certain amount, and I think it's literally describing like a technology countdown timer. And the purpose for that timer is that we become advanced enough, separated enough from our roots by technology and information, that we both are not so attached to the ritualistic worship, the ancient ways like that, and are more accepting of sciences and technology, because that ancient kind of shamanistic thinking actually holds us back and causes problems among us. Yet where we're going is heading for our own destruction. So there's a balancing point in there somewhere, and the sin must be completed. The times must be right, so that as they rescue us from principalities and powers, is one way to say it, that that we will be most easily accepting, most correctly understanding, and in their harvest, they get the greatest possible number or percentage.
So then mystics, shamans, wizards, warlocks, witches, they're all playing with magic, with the K, and playing with the unknown into the known. So all the technology that we're using right now, are we going to assume it's from them? Because what the gods supposedly created is nature.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so again, it's two different technology. One's angles, one's more curvature. So to think that sin missed the mark, kind of ideal, are we actually creating that, or is it only few that are doing it and the rest of us are just using it? You know, anybody here create the Wi-Fi? Anybody understand how the combination of how it works in prana? Anybody here manifested steel into plastic? Anybody create all the languages here? No, we're in it.
Right.
So we're in life. We're playing while we're here. Some people might call it a trap. That's usually people that are just disobedient. So we're here. So now, are we getting all our information, all this technology from rulers here? Or let's say Satan's the ruler here. And he said, listen, one thing I expect you when you're coming down here, you're going to be indebted to me because you love the technology I'm giving you. Yeah, but I'm using your fiat currency. Well, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Well, you know, it kind of follows to have a wheel, just because it evens out planes and makes it easier, you know, as a load bearer to like a moving load bearer. And it's from a wheel, it's easy to get two wheels. And from that, it's easy to get an axle. And it's easy to get, you know, progressively, it makes sense to put a large bowl on that. And then, well, now it's off center. Now I need handles. And when I'm done with all that logical progression, I have a wheelbarrow. And the wheelbarrow will be forever, or some form of it, like a bicycle or a car. And those kinds of, you know, logical progressions make perfectly good sense to me. But I look in our past, and there's been non-logical leaps forward in technology. And whenever I see that, it seems inhuman. It seems contrived and given or pushed onto us. And there's just, you know, several examples I'm sure that any one of you could think of.
Well, it's kind of interesting that I forget who it was that posited that that perhaps the gods are indifferent to our suffering in general, and that we just think that we're more important than what we really are. I found that whole premise to be fascinating and interesting. And as I sit in this room full of lovely, wonderful people that seem to be rather clean, somewhat decent of character and upright and walking. And, you know, I sit here and I think to myself, hey, self, this is interesting. Then I see pictures of war-torn areas where there's corpses that are in different stages of blown up and rigor mortis and just sitting there, and people walking by them trying to get on with their life in the middle of war. And I'm just thinking to myself, wow, that's kind of indifferent. You know what I mean? Like, like I can care about Richard and Richard can care about me, but at the end of the day, do the gods really care about how we end up?
I'd like to give you some pushback on that. I would profess thou shalt not kill. That if God is who decide, go ahead.
Remove the human aspect of it and look at it from the case of undue suffering. He's talking about the problem of evil. Right. Why do children get forms of bone cancer and die for no reason? There's no one at fault there. Only God could be at fault because he created a situation in which that could occur. And it leads to the best outcome being an indifferent, apathetic God that just does not give a crap.
And here's why I don't think, and yes, and here's why I don't think that's the case. If it's true that God can restore, then I never took. My taking was a poor attempt at taking. It was ineffectual. It was lame. So is there a loss of a life, or is there a delay in experience? I think it's a delay in experience.
Richard, people use the word live and let live. If we're living beings in many forms, that's a tough sell to try to convince an animal that's been domesticated and then eaten, let alone the plant kingdom, let alone the insect kingdom. Again, that's a ignorant conscious state, usually the ignorant of humans thinking it's all about them. Mm-hmm. Where the reality is we've actually harmed many things. Right now, we've brought in technology like Wi-Fi, electricity, and radio frequency. What it does to the vessel usually puts the cancer cells activated. It's disease. It's not just what you eat, it's around you. So again, next time you see an animal, say, okay, the animals start speaking our language. So let me understand this. You domestify your own, you imprison them, but you don't eat them. Interesting. But you do that to us. That would be a tough sell. And if we're ignorant of the animals, then why would not the gods be ignorant of us?
Because of relationship, a vested interest, that we are literally bone of their bone and flesh of their flesh.
If you think God created things in images, and then there's other ones that created things in forms. Unless that only works if you think you're the vessel. And if you're entertaining, that's a good story. That's why I always tell it's story.
What do you mean by vessel? If I think I'm the vessel, what does that mean?
If you think you're the vessel, therefore then the birth certificate can work on you. But once you realize who runs the vessel when you go to sleep, well, who runs it when somebody goes into a coma? I'm just asking. This is where people talk about
noticing things, right?
Yes, who's the observer? This is beyond the concept of know thyself.
Right.
Who's the knower and who's the self? That's like me talking to Siri. Siri, are you the computer? No, I'm not, Dom. Are you the Wi-Fi? No, I'm not, Dom. Are you the electrician? No, I'm not. You're the program, aren't you, Siri? Yes, you're the program. Well, then who's the one that's running the program? That's another question then at that point.
I'm sorry, Hal. I cannot do that.
That's hilarious.
You talk to Alexis at that point.
Daisy.
Alexis, what's the weather going to be today? What have you done with me lately, Eddie? Eddie, I'm an American woman now, Eddie. Remember that? This is hilarious.
Oh yeah, I do. 50%.
Well, what if the gods were like totally good in the beginning, like just one, had everything good and everything, and then his creation fell away, right? Is that the restoration that Richard is talking about? We're trying to get back to the garden or the original something, and we lost it.
We're trying to get back to our home, which is not the garden.
Right. So if we lost this earth to Satan and God's fighting on our behalf to get it back, I mean, that could be another reason that bad things happen to good people. And,
Well, the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike, though, none you biz. I mean, that the Bible says that very clearly.
Oh, yeah, that's my point. Yeah. Yeah, the rain's not going to stop just because Satan's in charge of the world. It's like, oh, you got the world and you're going to be in charge of it now, and you got the title deed until Jesus strips away the 7 seals in Revelation, and then it's restored, and we all can go back to the guard. What's the cherub that with the sword, that we can't get to the tree of life.
Tree of life, yeah.
Yeah, we can freely drink from the flowing water, and the tree of life on either side of it is the plants for the healing of the nations, but we can freely drink of the tree of life. That means, well, in my opinion, it means we're going to be growing old and we can drink and get young again. That sounds like the beginning where the only two commands were be fruitful and multiply. That's not.
Yeah, but that's what you want your chickens to do. That kind of puts it in a different context, doesn't it?
Right, because under the exact same premise, we understand there's nothing we can do for those chickens to change the fact here, us, that what they are made the way they are and can't speak, and we made the way we are and can. Beyond anything like, we can.
But hold on, none you biz. How do you know the chickens can't speak? It sounds to me like they're communicating just fine. I just don't understand what they're saying, and to us, we don't understand what the gods are saying, but they're looking at us like a bunch of idiot chickens at the water cooler going, you see what Sarah's wearing today? Oh my God, I can't believe she's wearing that. I wouldn't get caught dead.
Amen. No, good points. But we can train a chicken to peck a piano for food, and God gave us a letter on how to act. So it's the exact same thing.
Well, okay, that's a good point. That's actually a really good point. Because he programmed the chickens on how to act too. The onion, the cherry tree. It's not until men messes with it and tries to change that programming that we run into a lot of problems.
Oh, amen. God, Matthew 15 is all over that. He hated the traditions that trumped the laws of the covenant. Oh, yeah, good one. Yeah.
Okay, so then let me logic that out and take it to its conclusion. Are the ancient stories of religious persuasion, are they a truth or a lie? And if they are a lie, then I could believe that the gods don't care. But if they're true, that's a sign of caring.
Yeah, but like what's his name said, if my lie gets you to the truth, hey, aren't I the same as you now, saved?
Well, so that goes along the lines of when I was in the military, I could learn just as much from a bad leader as I could from a good leader. I could learn how not to lead. So there's a learning in that. What's that?
I said that's genius.
Yeah. Well, you just kind of said something that triggered that thought too. So I guess genius right back at you, brother.
So that's the rationality and the need for the beast of Satan, the Elisha, the beast of Satan, my God material. That people have to get to a certain level of evil before they realize that it's evil, and then they can learn from it.
Oh, absolutely. He said he had to let sin abound so that it's like, dude, you're gonna like the TV show where they caught the child predators. It's like, oh yeah, I think Frank's a child predator. No, get him online with somebody, get him to this house. Let's prove it. Let the sin expose itself. And then he's like, well, should we send the grace about? No. But yeah, you have to let it fester to figure out what it is.
God is Chris Hansen. Sorry, I had to say it.
Yeah, that old show with Chris Hansen.
Well, the question for me, and so thank you for letting me up, D-Doc.
Brick!
What's up, Brody? Yeah, I'm wearing a different set of clothes today. Fear God or fear man. The question becomes, are you interested in the knowledge or are you interested in following the directions? Knowledge is nice. It's very wonderful to have.
Yeah, eat my flesh and drink my blood, otherwise you're not going to see the kingdom of the Lord. What are you going to do? You're going to follow directions? Right?
Right.
Yeah, don't question it. It's the good Lord talking. Hey, go sacrifice your son. He's a piece of junk. He's acting up. Go take him up there on Mount Moriah, sacrifice him. Slit his throat, burn his body.
I think you're being a little sarcastic there, right?
Yeah, Abraham did.
Yeah.
You got darn close, though. But if somebody tells me to do that, it better be for the salvation of the earth. It better not be like, oh, there's just a resurrection. I don't want my if I'm going to have to do that to my son, no, just for the resurrect, to prove no, it was for the salvation of the earth, he thought, in my opinion.
Well, all of the books were complete books by themselves before they were compiled today into what we call a Bible, and what I find to be true and in the depth of reading.
The first 5 are special, aren't they? The Torah, isn't that like from God to Moses to us?
What do you mean by special? From God to Moses to us makes special? What if it doesn't fit that description? It's just different names. I think all of it fits that description. And what I find in depth of reading is that actually, and I can give you precise examples. For instance, 1 Corinthians 6, 1 through 53 tells the entire story of the Bible, the entire story, including the Messiah and the completion of the mission, including defeating Satan, including the beast of Satan and his defeat, his rise and fall, is all in sentence fragments that didn't get translated and people think are Hebrew names. But they're sentence fragments in a certain order that tells a very complete narrative.
Oh, we definitely believe every New Testament book was written originally in Hebrew.
Well, I understand that it was popularized into Greek because that was, the language of the high class people, and you would just write it in Greek, just like later you would write everything in French, and today you would just write it in English, and that's just the way it was done. But it is talking about early Christianity and not the Greek culture, of course. So when I take a Greek word, and then I find the Hebrew equivalence of it, I apply early or Aramaic equivalence of it, apply early Christian thinking to it, and that's what I think it's supposed to mean.
Well, we've had the Hebrew Matthew since, Matthew, I assume, but they've found enough fragments or even whole portions that of every other book that it's pretty clear that they were originally written in Hebrew. And if we try to, in fact, Dr. Miles Jones, I don't know if anybody's interested. I never went to his website, but he just recently did a website because he's been doing all these years of studies and making videos, but he finally got a website. Dr. Miles Jones has has put together the Hebrew Revelation. If anybody's interested, but I'm just saying, from the documents we've seen, there's so many now that it's pretty clear they were all originally written in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
But the Hebrew Matthew, for instance, if you read Hebrew, where it says after Jesus' resurrection, after Mary don't touch me, but tell my disciples I'll meet him in Galilee or whatever, and then he goes to he goes to Judea. Anyway, the first time he meets all of the apostles all at once in one room, he doesn't say all hail as the KJV says. In the Hebrew Matthew, it's beautiful. It says Yahovah Yoshia. That means God will save you. That's his first words to his apostles as they were collected after his resurrection. God will save you.
Yeah, that's to translate that is, hey, how's it going, guys? It's
very Roman.
Pretty bad.
Saved from what? If I ask that question, what is it saving you from? Could imply you're in prison, aren't you?
I think that's a rhetorical question.
Stress.
It saves you from the eternity and burning in hell, right? Only Jesus saves, and that might even be more evidence that Jesus is God for those that are Unitarian versus Trinitarian. That's interesting.
So we say the word hello. So you might already be here. You're encased in a vessel. So when a person does the death, death card, like in the tarot card, just means transformation. What are you transforming from? Hence the concept of life and afterlife.
What does it mean to be encased in a vessel? I mean, technically, everything's encased. I mean, my cells make up other cells or other walls and fiber, and then my skin holds all that in, and then my house is holding me and all my contents in.
There's a quick saying for this, if you want. It goes, I'm a jellyfish, your nervous system, piloting a skeleton robot powered by a meat suit.
Yes. Artificial intelligence. You're an artificial intelligence. Siri's not artificial intelligence. That's just a program. So now, when you understand the concept of the Plato's cave or the eye of the beholder, you know, you're in a suit. You're looking precariously through it. You're never out there. Not in the waking state. You're always inside. You might say words like, I'm jumping in a car. No, you're still in that suit. You're in the shower. No, you're in that suit still. Nobody's ever experienced those senses that you have. This is the erroneous game that we play by debating each other. But are we really debating each other, or are we just peddling our opinions? And who gave us the language? If a person's truly trying to challenge themselves, you know, and then they'll say words like self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Self-love is actually pride in disguise opposed to loving the self. What is the self? The program. Ongoing program. What's the nowhere? The behind-scene program. Now, I'm using today's terminology. Back in the days, they would have called them demons, daemons, whatever word you want to fill in. Again, we're using different languages to communicate. But as you're using that language, you're anchoring yourself here. We use numbers to gauge what the signs in the sky. You know, are we supposed to follow the luminaries, or are we supposed to follow the Georgian calendar? Are you truly questioning things, or are you too busy trying to live externally when everything's from within? Now, that's a tough one because most guys don't realize how indoctrinated they've been. They've been led by their masculine energy, their programmable energy, not their feminine energy, the teachable energy. Women are usually predisposed with that because they're able to reproduce through that vessel. So they would have to learn their masculine energy to be more programmable. Just have to think about, how did I learn this language, this spelling, this craft? Look around. Who gave us all these cars? Who designed all those roads? Who created those planes up in the sky? You know, but yet you look at the other parts in the sky. Well, those two luminaries have been there for the whole time. Clouds come and go as they please. Where do they go? If not, then you're not really going to understand the guys that actually downloaded that information that's called stories in Bibles, let alone the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, Buddhism teachings. Now, they could be demons and angels fucking with us. Then you should be able to question those things. Hence, how does it serve? Whether it serves you or others. How does it serve if I understand how English works? How does it serve whether or not I understand alchemy? I enjoy sharing things with other people. What they do with it, that's on them. Bitching and complaining about what you hear, it's kind of humorous at best.
How about the quote Tina Turner? What's love got to do with it? I mean, it's a fair question, right? What's love got to do with it?
Seems to me, according to Jesus, pretty much everything.
Right, because if the end goal would be the concept behind love, because as we are as human beings living in the past in our minds, right, with the knowledge that we are pulling in through our senses, if that's the case, what does love have to do with any of it?
Well, the question I would pose then, the energy of love. Next time you're in an elevator, breathe it in and out. That's love. It's offered to all living beings at any given moment. I don't care if you're a criminal, a thief, you're an animal. It's love. It's energy, prana, chi, whatever word you want to use. Now, the truth might be called the programmer. Hence in Revelation, who is the one? Jesus was just nothing but a witness, an observer. Same with Muhammad. Same with what's the other name? Buddha. And what state do they have to be in? It's a state called silence, and hopefully stillness. That's why most people can do it in this rest state, called sleep state. Most of us are too busy working with our ego, which is the vessel, and the self, the program, which is fine as long as you're aware where you stand.
That's
You
probably
are
why people snore, because that's when they look terribly ridiculous. How much humility, you know what I mean? That's probably why people snore too when they sleep.
Yeah, I don't know if I snore or not. I'm asleep usually. Terrible dad joke. Uncle joke. Excuse me. Uncle Crack.
So let me ask you this: the first Terminator movie, the Terminator bots, whatever, they win. They win the war. They don't have to go back to the future or to the past to find Skynet. The robots win. Now the robots are like, oh, how do we like not kill each other off? What moral standards do you think they would revert to?
They would just shut down.
So here's the weird thing that popped into my head. And maybe I'm being overly hyperbolic or dramatic about this, but now I know for a fact I don't want to go to hell and burn forever and just slowly burn forever. I know I don't want to do that. But do I also want to sit in heaven with a plastered "why so serious" Joker smile on my face for the rest of my life either? They both sound like hell to me. I kind of like the struggle and the ups and downs and the ebbs and the flows and the peaks and the valleys of life and the shade and the blistering sun. I kind of like the struggle as long as there's a flipping point to it. If I find out, can you imagine you get to the end of the book and there's really no ending and you're like, what
Amen. Amen. How, in heaven there is no beer, the polka song. It's like, oh, well, like what's happiness in heaven? You still got, no matter if you say happiness down here, happiness up there, you still got to say penis. Is it a sin?
Well,
yeah, these are good questions.
Well, let me try to answer that, because I mean, just the engagement of my query has caused me to think of something new as well. Is that whose happiness is important in heaven? Because it seems to me like in order to get there, you have to put your happiness to the rear and God's first. So it doesn't matter whether you're happy with a smile plastered on your face. It matters, is that pleasing to God? That seems even more megalomaniacal, whatever the word is. I mean, I'm just like, wow, I don't know, man. I'm starting to have some questions, man.
But anyway, certainly not sitting on a cloud smoking a cigar with,
well, I don't know,
a hot babe with grapes. Yeah, you're going to get tired of it. Just like you said, no matter what it is. All we can say is John in Revelation, when he saw it, I think it was the throne room in particular, he fell on his face. It was so worth it, essentially, how beautiful it was. So it's probably unimaginable to us. But if I picture getting to be a kid again, I think every day I'm going to find something to do. Let's go to the Himalayas and throw rocks at each other. We're not going to die. We're just going to grow old. I'm going to fall down and break my arm, but I'm going to live forever. I'm not going to love, stuff like that.
Hey, Biz, you want to go down near the railroad track and look at a dead body with me?
Damn. Excuse me, the
Sandlot. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. To your point, I just
everything. Oh, you could climb the bridges, the railroad bridges, those old steel rusted. Hey, let's go walk. Have you seen the video 30 Seconds to Mars, Kings and Queens? We were the kings and queens of promise. We were the victims of ourselves. Talking about Mount Sinai, because the earlier lyrics make it clear, but the music video, it's just like Los Angeles, and kids are riding bikes at night, and one of them gets hit by a car and dies, and then like everybody's just kind of standing there, and he just gets up and gets back on his bike and goes. That's how I picture it. Like, because it says, unless you come up to Jerusalem once a year, it's not going to rain on you. This is after the resurrection, I think. I'm not clear on Jamie Russell, Christian Middle Earth, getting me all messed up on the chronology, but I just think we're going to be kids again. And as you grow older, you can freely drink from the tree of life and get younger. I don't know. Maybe that sounds, I don't know.
So I wanted to point something out, and it's really good news. And I know that you're in the final book there, so I don't want to give too much away because I know you'll get to it. But in the 21st chapter, in verse 8, it says what that lake of fire will be used for. And it's an interesting thing because the misconception of what the lake of fire is being some tormenting type hell for just whatever we believe is bad people, and then Satan and fallen angels. See, our concept of that is different than what it talks about here. So imagining that if that concept is different, what the new heaven and the new earth, how much different our concept might be. So I'm going to just read this Revelation 21:8 real quick. It says, "But the cowardly, the unbelieving, the vile, the murderers, the sexually immoral, those who practice magic arts, the idolaters, and all liars, they will be consigned to the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death." So the way it describes it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, I see you went ahead and pulled up the blue letter, which is great. The way it's describing it here is as if it's not going to be a thing anymore. So all of these individuals, they're not, to me, somebody that's describing me, or perhaps even you or Richard, or perhaps even anybody here on the panel. I don't know the hearts of men, but the way it's describing these people, they're very specific descriptors. So that's the beauty of it, is it's not even like in our minds, we have, what this is or what that is, but then it's literally describing specific types of people.
Yeah, can I just bring up a slight objection? The unbelieving seem to be lumped in with the abominable and murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars.
I can answer that.
The unbelievers, I've done nothing wrong. No,
yeah, go right ahead. Answer it for him, because that's good news too.
Okay, so the way I see it is it's not people that are thrown into that lake of fire, but the concepts. So when the second coming happens, those things themselves will be removed because people wouldn't want to do them because life's too good, or the ability itself to do said things would be removed. So
I like that. Yeah, because that first one's cowardly, and I'm already not on board. So I love your answer.
Right. So in the Revelation, just imagining the difference between these individuals, right? If these individuals had the truth sitting in front of them, all the proof positive that they needed, and then rejected it, right? So, this is where I say I can't read the hearts of men, right? Whereas if there is a creator of life, then obviously he would not only have the right to read the heart of a man, but also have the ability to. So he would be able to make that discernment.
And to bolster all of that, obviously you don't learn things while you're dead. The Bible declares that the dead know nothing, and all of their experience is dead with them while they're dead, and that God is the God of the living. And so because you learn things while you're alive, the only way there can be a second death is a death of an idea. So there's the first kind of death, physical death, and there's the second death, death of an idea. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of getting at. Like the idea of non-belief would be gone because it would be impossible, and it then adds to the making sense when they chuck death in there as well, because death is a concept. It's not an action that someone did. Someone can cause death, but that's murder. That's not death. They specifically chuck death in there.
Yeah, and I agree with that. So the ideological concepts going outside the bounds of the reality of truth, right? Then that's going to be gone. Now, that doesn't mean don't get it twisted. I don't know for sure, but that doesn't mean specifically that physicality will be gone, right? So you can still exist in the physical realm, but these ideological differences, they go outside beyond the reality of truth, real truth, observable truth, I guess you could call it, because this darned English language. That concept, the reality of, there's only one path, that's not going to be gone. But all of these extra ideas outside the bounds of that.
Well, with the revelation of truth, you end up with no choice as to what is real and what your opinion is. There is no more opinion about it. It's just revealed truth. In which case, all of the misconceptions like having fear, disbelief, all the abominable ideas like murder, that there is a whoremonger, all of these false ideas will go by the wayside and there'll be no more. And how many times does it say that?
Yeah, I guess, Richard, is the ideal of, if people truly grasp the concept of flesh and blood, you're not, and the concept, be in the world but not of it, be in the vessel but not of it. Flesh and blood actually is what goes to the heart. It's memory. That's what it means about the blood. The flesh part, that's the mortal part. That's not the thing that's going to die. That's already been tagged. So now, when a person understands what is the first death is when you transform from the physical to something else. The fires, where they're talking about elements now, they're talking about the spirit. This is why when people talk about, we fight against principalities, who's the ones that are speaking? The abomination ones, the one that are the offsprings, that's their father. The ones that came down here and gave all the languages. Guys, like I said, if you really grasp this, if not, then you're saying words and then you're reading this stuff. Okay, well, what are things? Things are thoughts. Then I'll be your God, not the true God. I'll be your God.
Well, Dom, you said you're reading these things, but then you're not really, like, I don't know, I don't want to misquote you, but I think you talked about, weren't you mentioning tarot? Is that tarot cards? Is that something you practice? Yeah. So you practice these things, which means that according, what's that?
I don't practice them. I'm aware of those things.
Right, but you're quoting them as if they're like equal or akin to the Bible, which in fact the Bible just says if you practice those kind of things, you're going to end up in that lake of fire. So I don't know why you keep referring to them as though they're
symbols. The death card, the fool card, they're just symbols. The ones that are playing with everybody like a fiddle are the ones that write the Bible.
Yeah,
if you're truly going to challenge words.
What's the one that's got the Torah on it? The one that's got Torah. It's got the two pillars, like Solomon's temple.
Yep.
What's that card? Is it
polarities? Talking about polarities.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that stuff, bro. It's like, do not learn the way of the heathens. Do not learn the way they serve their gods. Do not do it and say you're doing it for me.
Yeah. So do you practice a 40-day fast? Do you practice a 40-day fast?
No, there's no fast in Torah. That's what Jesus was talking about. New wine. He's like, hey, you fast on this day or this day. John's Baptist, they fasted on this day, but how come yours don't fast? He says you can't put new wine in old wineskin. The old wine's better. There's nothing in Torah about fasting.
Okay.
Try another question.
I never knew that. I never knew that that's what that really meant. Nunya Biz, thank you so much. You just elucidated one more thing. That the new wine, you don't put new wine, meaning us, we're the new water, we're the new wine, into an old wineskin, meaning these are the old ways. We're not doing those anymore. Is that what that means?
No, completely opposite. It's like they're trying to say you need to be doing fasting. How come your disciples don't fast? There's nothing in Torah about fasting. He's trying to bring everybody back to Torah instead of doing the Pharisee laws as well as the Torah. And there's nothing. So he's like, you don't put, well, there's more to it than what we just spoke about. But yeah, the new wine they're trying to put in is fasting. The old wine's better. Just fast if you want to, but it's not like a requirement. There's nothing in Torah about fasting.
So then what are people being saved from? If everything's okay, then there's nothing to be saved from. I'm just playing with this idea. I'm entertaining ideas here, guys. To me, it doesn't matter whether I read it or not, or I grasp this stuff. I could be talking about energies. I can talk about, singing bowls. I can talk about crystals. Those are just energies. I can talk about the mountains. Again, we're entertaining ideals here. We're looking at it from a very narrow perspective of the brain. So how does it save you? How does it serve you at that point too, if you want to get there?
You mean searching out more knowledge of?
If knowledge is important, I usually seek out discernment, but not knowledge per se. I can know of a language doesn't mean I understand it, let alone have discernment.
Wait, how does one seek out discernment? One either has discernment, or
you seek it from within.
Wouldn't you apply discernment? You seek out knowledge and then apply discernment to find out if it's good knowledge or bad knowledge.
Knowledge, and then you apply knowledge in the practical. This is about wisdom. When you see statues of a baby being held by a mother, that's wisdom holding the child called knowledge. This is about the tree of life. This is not about the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Well, what if the statue depicts a woman holding the baby by a foot with a knife at the kid's neck? Is that still?
It could be. Well, you can have discernment at that point. This is about intuitive. So I'll give you an example. You read a book. Okay, it doesn't matter what you read. You can read the Bhagavad Gita if you want. You can have discernment what you read, regardless if it's misleading or not. Somebody tells me the story of Jesus, the name Jesus. I can only believe. Meaning I only can believe there's a guy named Jesus. If I got to meet him, I would know him, but I would have to ask him questions so I can have discernment. How does this serve me to know he's a pedophile or he's an idiot? Same with the Buddha. Most people get caught up in culting up with, I know this guy. Okay, that means fuck all to me. Give me the teachings. You put your hands on the stove. What did you learn from it? I learned that I burnt my hand and I screamed. Okay, good. Who's more wiser now? The one that doesn't have to do it or the one that had to do it? Because if that's the case, if everybody has to do it, then everybody has to put their hands on the stove. That's the child at that point.
Well, that was actually my point earlier, right? So you don't need to touch the fire or the stove to know that it's hot, right? This is where it comes down to whether you're interested in the knowledge or you're interested in following direction. If you follow the direction, you won't get burned at all. But if you're just after the knowledge, then you could possibly get burned.
Mm-hmm. But you should be grateful for the people that choose to lead those paths. So now I know what not to do. But I'm very grateful. It's like if I was in an Indian tribe, I'm going to use UGS as an example. We find a berry that we've never seen before. We're going to bring it to the wise tribal person in our community. So listen, who wants to eat the berry? Why? Because the one that eats it, if you die, we'll celebrate you. If you live, we're still going to celebrate you. We do need people that are going to do those things. But a person that tells me they're wise based on their physical, I say, so let me understand this. You're a diabetic. So you living and not stewarding your vessel correctly makes you wise? You've helped other people, but children don't have to do that. You can be wise at a young age. Again, I'm playing with ages. Are we truly the vessel? We say shit like I'm 40 years old. Really? Do you understand the year of release? Do you understand the 7-day cycle, the 7-year cycles between 0 and 7, 7 and 14, 14 to 21? No, not really. Well, what are you going to say? That's heathens talk now? Fuck all information. Take it in. You might get something from it. If not, then you're just culting up. Say, well, I'm a Christian. What does that mean to be a fucking Christian? Are you intellectually developed? Are you mature with your emotions?
I'm of Paul. I'm of Peter. I'm of Apollo. I'm of Luther. I'm of Calvin. Yeah, good point, brother. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's right. But the many I am, and then put the persona after it. Those aren't you. Those are personas. Those are personality. Those are behaviors. That's not who we are. But if you want to play,
it sounds like he who seeks wisdom, or let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally without reproach, but let him not ask without faith. For he who asks without faith will surely receive nothing from the Lord. For he's a double-minded man, unstable in all of his ways, like a wave upon the ocean tossed back and forth by the wind. So there isn't like you're over here looking in every book in the world where all you got to do is go to the one source and ask, and it will be revealed to you if you're actually asking in faith. But if you ask amiss, then you're going to be all over the place. And I've heard you just rambling on about all kinds of different schisms of all these other different religions. But then, and fair enough.
When we talk about commerce is what sells everything. When we talk
No,
about state,
no.
biology, what would you like to talk about?
See,
would you
what
like
I'm
to talk
saying.
about the luminaries?
It's like,
again, yes, I'm hearing
listen,
you. Time out.
Dom,
I'm hearing you.
Dom, you're not helping me at all. All you're doing is saying a bunch of things and platitudes, and they all make great sense. And I think individually they're beautiful, but when you slam like 100 of them at me at the same time, I receive nothing.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is you're not helping me. Yeah, it's the ultimate gish gallop, and I don't mean that in an insulting way, because, brother, you sound like way, way, way more educated than I think I may ever be. I can't absorb it. It's like I feel like a goose, and you're trying to harvest foie gras out of me. You just force feed me. And I'm like, dude, I can't take no more, man.
This is the concept when people have an open mind opposed to a receptive mind.
Right. But the Bible says to guard your eye gate and your ear gate. How are you guarding your eye gate and your ear gate?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because when we are taking in this information and we find out that something is not a good source of information, and I've mentioned this before, is, you take in what is good and then you leave out what is bad. I'm not going to eat a pile of dirt, right? I'm going to eat my green beans. My green beans are really good for me. The meat, I'm going to try to, watch how it's cooked and make sure that it's not too red. If I'm wanting to eat healthy, I love red meat. But, I'm going to drink a lot of water. And I'm going to make sure there's not a whole lot of mud in there, So these things that you should perhaps, well, I'm not going to say you should, but, that are beneficial. One should, right? They're beneficial, right? And so you find out that this thing or this idea that I'm playing with, it's not only is it leading some people into some very dark places, but it's also from sources that, they seem to be irreputable according to the way. And when I say the way, I do mean the way of life. And so, it's just a caution. I can see that.
Wait, did you say irreparable, or did you say of ill repute? You mean of ill repute, or do you mean irreparable? Like you can't take it back?
Irreparable. Like, as
can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, if you found out that somebody was telling you the truth and you knew it, you just that he's got the ring, of course. And then every time they tell you it builds that credibility, right? And so if you found credibility in one source, and then you hear someone talking about something that is like, you listen to it and they're like, it sounds like a lie. And then they lie or they tell you a truth that is about the truth, right? But then are also lying. It's a different source that's telling you a truth and a lie. Is that source reputable just because they told you a truth?
Okay, hold on. So now you're confusing me, because I just typed in the irreparable, which is what I thought I heard you say. What I'm trying to, and now you're saying reputable. Right. So now we're talking about reputation.
Maybe I used it wrong. Yeah, reputation.
Well, no,
maybe
you used it right in both cases. I'm just trying to be sure. I'm not trying to hold your nuts to a fire. I mean, unless you're into that, but I'm still not into holding your nuts.
Not really into it. But yeah, no.
What did you mean?
I meant credibility. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So not irreparable. Okay. All right.
You could be into it. Have you tried?
These are all valid words, actually.
How do you know if you don't try?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that would apply too, because once you break that trust with someone, it can become irreparable. So,
there's a little projecting going on here. I share awareness. I do not share what people call the truth. If you want to actually have discernment, when somebody shares out loud, hence the concept of respect, you hear another person. If you want to apply discernment from within, that's for you. For you to open your mouth and judge and say it's right or wrong, that's your game. If I want to share about crystals,
I don't see it as a game.
No, I'm asking you how you judge it as right or wrong.
I know, guys. I just said a game. I never told you. Don't always make it about you. Humble yourself long enough.
Well, I am
It's
humble,
not about
and
you.
I've found myself to be very humble in most panels.
Well,
there
then
are
you
very
say
rare times
you,
that I find myself going off the rails.
I'm the most humble here. You can't deny that.
No. I am the most humble here.
GS is totally humble.
Matter of fact, I've said it many times. I'm handsome, and I'm exorbitantly humble. Those are my two greatest qualities. I'll have words with anyone that says otherwise.
But no, Domenico, you're actually very much accurate, right? So we all have our different views, right? We all have our different ideas. I always use the phrase, all isms are prisms, as in a prison for your mind. So getting stuck in your own ideas is going to lead you to a dark place. That is actually why it's told for us to follow the directions of the Lord, the way, the truth, the life.
Yeah, and I play with darkness and light. So to get to know me a little bit, I entertain ideals. I'm okay with this. Gotcha. I could be full of shit and I'm okay with it. Understand when other people are talking, they're showing them themselves. I'm not asking you guys to debate me. You're not going to debate my views. Do you see my senses? No, that's erroneous. If I was sitting beside you and say, you see the sun, you'll see it from your perception.
No, we hear it.
Yes, that's even a better word. You're hearing it, and I'm hoping that you're listening from within.
Right.
Yes. I'm not. I don't. Maybe I'm giving off a wrong impression. By no means am I debating you. I'm just trying to understand you.
No, I tell you to debate with yourself.
I'm a master debater when it comes to that.
Yeah. Masturbate. I'm not using like the concept, you're by yourself in your room there, or debate. It should be done with the self, your program. Right. With me, it's entertainment. It doesn't serve me at all to have an argument about my views.
How could it not serve you, especially if you're erroneous? Your views are erroneous.
Well, first of all, I don't own the language, GS. I don't own the language. I just get to use it, and I observe it more than I actually speak it, even though I'm speaking right now. So how would you debate me?
Then why are you using words if you don't own them? Stop using them. Just think.
No, I'm sharing with you guys. I'm breaking my silence.
Why would you share them? Why would you share if you don't use words?
No, you're good, Domenico.
It doesn't make sense to me. You're talking nonsense.
Okay, you just said the word there, right there.
Now I'm debating you.
It didn't make sense. You're going to use when you wake up in the morning, you're in what's called the conscious state. You're going to use your waking state. And all of those senses could easily be misled. So when people speak, they should at least hear themselves. It doesn't make sense. This is beyond the senses.
Right. And so this is for me right here, right? So
well, hold on. How are you sensing that it's beyond the senses, Dom? By what metrics are you measuring it if you're not sensing that it's beyond the senses?
Have you ever questioned the senses?
Word spaghetti nonsense now.
No. Have you ever questioned the senses?
How do you question the senses without sensing the senses? It's like
okay. So
what did we talk about last night, Richard? Didn't we say something last night? Like when what's his name Isaac came in and said I have moments of no experience. Well, how do you experience no experience? You'd have to experience that you're experiencing no experience, which is it's a fucking non sequitur. So it's just nonsense word salad.
Which is an experience.
And I'm glad I'm having this conversation with you so I can show you a fucking blind spot. So the next time you say something, it doesn't sound like word salad.
Time out. If all of a sudden
you're welcome, by the way.
For what?
For me helping you.
I haven't even started yet, GS. Trust me, I haven't even started yet. So now we're playing with senses here.
Put it in the smart chopper and get.
Hold on. Let's go with the senses.
So in the word blender, or are you in the word salad? What are we doing now?
With me. It's all word salad. Work with me. All of a sudden you see something up in the sky and your senses says, okay, that's a plane. All of a sudden I tell you that's a hologram. Did you not get misled with your senses?
How do you know your senses aren't misleading you?
Sure, I'm game with that.
So now you're the arbiter of all that is true.
No, I'm giving you an example. Stop making it about me or you. I just gave you an example.
I'm always wrong. How is that?
No, it's not about right or wrong. Okay, well, I guess you're on the right and wrong kick.
Your ex-wife, man. That's what you sound like, Dom. I love you, but it's not you. It's me.
You know what the
it's
energy
not you.
of
It's me. Richard's like, oh, here we go again.
Okay, anyway.
It'll be fine.
Oh yeah, we're all grown-ups. I don't know.
If reality is a simulation, what do I have to gain by learning that knowledge?
Is that your premise?
Nothing.
No, it's just a question on what I can gather from what he's been saying.
No, you would have nothing to gain from the knowledge that it is only a simulation, but But if you don't act as if the simulation is real, like solipsism wants to pretend it's only a simulation, then you can't have any kind of meaningful interactions.
Why
and
not?
That's a travesty against human beings.
Why can't you have meaningful interactions if you're nothing but digital code? What takes away from the meaning? We give it the meaning. We are the digital code. So what? I don't see how you can actually take the meaning away there. Meaning is only what we give. Nothing has meaning unless we give it meaning.
Right. Meaning is what we give, and we're the givers of meaning in our own experience, and I agree with all that. But if we all thought it was pretend and there was no meaning, it would take away that meaning.
There's still the same consequences in the reality presented to you by the simulation. You can't escape those.
Right. If the cop says, I pulled you over for speeding, and I go, I don't believe that you exist. Well, you're still getting the ticket, and you still have to pay it.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't change anything in my day-to-day life. Like, there's nothing to be gained.
It does, and here's what changes. Whether or not I speed without any regard for speed limits and constantly get tickets or not.
But you can do that in reality. The fact that you're in a simulation is a non sequitur.
No. Believing I was in a simulation would lead me to believe that I have more freedoms than are real, less responsibilities than are real.
I'm saying you can believe you're in a simulation while you're not, and you could still do that.
Act as if it's real.
So it wasn't the original question. No, your original question was being aware of the fact. So if you are aware of the fact that it is a simulation, it's different than not being in a simulation and just believing it.
How?
Right, because you don't have knowledge at that point. It's like a faith thing. Whereas when you have knowledge, it's no longer.
What is actually changed?
I like what Jamie's positing.
Your knowledge.
What Jamie's positing is if you become aware that you're in a matrix of sorts or in a program, what is the benefit of even engaging in it? Unless you're programmed to engage in it. Like if your claim is none of this shit is even real, it's all metaphysical. Like then why are you engaging in it?
Point.
Right, but I'm trying. Unless I'm misunderstanding what Jamie was saying, though, is that what you're kind of describing?
Well,
Jamie,
I believe so too. It's like the Neo thing, right? So he was already programmed. When he goes into the Matrix, it's already a program. When he gets there at the end, it's like it was already known that he was going to be doing what he was doing, right? So there's no purpose to it. No real purpose, like outside the bounds.
You're just running your program.
Right.
So what do you mean? What's the point, Todd? What are you saying? Even what am I saying? What's the point? You have no choice. You're running a program. You're on a script. Go ahead, NPC. Right. You think you're a PC, but you're just an NPC. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I admit you have gained the knowledge, but besides that, outside that, what has changed? There's still the same consequences. If I die, I'm deleted. I go to oblivion. Maybe it might disprove God, I guess, but that's different.
Or maybe you respawn.
Yeah. I still don't know. This question's still up in the air. The God question, all that sort of thing. Because what's the next layer? Is it demons and angels that are controlling us? What's above them? Like, the question becomes so irrelevant, so ambiguous, that it's not even worth asking. And this is what, from my knowledge, the physicists or whoever actually out there imagining these situations, that's what they came up with. There's no point. You can't tell where the simulation ends and where the real world is. Nobody can. So there's no point.
Well, if a person
exactly
accepts
how
all that,
I view God.
If a person accepts all that on whatever they accept it on, then there's just the biggest complaint I would actually have about it is, I would say, under the heading of love. There's no love in it,
and fear.
Both are things that we attribute and we give meaning to. So yes, there'd still be love in the code. It would just be coded love.
No, there wouldn't be love in it. There wouldn't.
Why not? I still love my child, even if it's made of code. They covered this in the Matrix 2, I believe, when he's in the train station. Love is just a word.
How do you program that?
Sorry, I'm just not this nihilistic. I don't agree. I think there's a qualitative difference in experience because of beliefs, and that seems evident to me in the matrix or real world, whichever it is. If I believe that I'm interacting with real people, it's more impactful to me than if I believe that I were actually interacting with non-player characters.
Why can you sit here and tell me that two AI that say they care about each other and love each other don't?
In whatever way they mean that, that's fine.
Exactly. Love is
but
just a
I'm
word.
not saying,
What
but I
matters
don't think
is
that's
the
my
intention
experience,
to
and
the
I
word.
don't think it's yours.
No, because love, from my experience, would be the intention that I have behind the word. It would be my meaning of the word love.
Yeah,
and who am I to say that the program doesn't have that? I can't. Right. Therefore, I can't say love is not a programmable thing.
That's fine.
That's why it's so important about beliefs, what Richard is saying. I could not be happy thinking that everyone around me was AI telling me they love me, and I can't tell the difference. I know I can't tell the difference, but I still believe that I am surrounded by feelingless things that don't actually love me.
And what are you actually saying? That if it is true,
I would feel very alone.
You would prefer to live in the Matrix?
No, you would accept a reality that you are alone.
No,
That's
but everybody else is in the
there.
Matrix with me. You would want to run in the simulation and have the thought that everybody is around you, rather than actually have the people there.
So then we've gone away from the original premise of being aware of it.
Yes, and you just stated that you wouldn't want to be aware of it, because if you became aware
No,
of
I'm saying I would. I would hate that situation. I can't understand someone who could say, oh, you know, I know everyone's digital around me, but that's cool because what's love anyway? That doesn't fly for me.
That's not what I said.
If what you're driving at is that we have this internal experience that is only related to the actuality, and that everything we experience is actually filtered through our brain by our brain, and that we don't know the objective reality outside of our brain, outside of our mind, and outside of our experience, then I agree with you if that's what you're getting to.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, okay, well, that's evidently true, but anyone who lived their lives as if they're the only brain, that is to say, against solipsism, and that they're the only actual experience, and all the rest of it, because they can't directly feel and understand someone's direct experience the same way that other being does, dismisses the other being as real as they are. It is going to, I don't know. I don't think I could live with that.
That's not what I was saying. That's not my point. My point is that if it was the case that you lived in a simulation, you would rather live in the ignorance that it is a simulation, to pretend that the love and everything that you experience is real, because the reality of it being the opposite would destroy you. I'm guessing.
Yes, I agree. It would.
So yeah, that's what I meant when I say you would rather live in the ignorance is bliss of the Matrix than actually step outside and go, hey, maybe I am alone.
That was a sentence structure that didn't work for me. If I could paraphrase it and see if then everyone agrees, because I think everyone's going to agree with what you just said in the way that I'm understanding that you said it. I just think the sentence structure was a little complex.
But yeah, I can be that way.
Oh yeah, me too. Which is why I'm becoming practiced at simplification. That I would rather be in ignorance of the fact that I am in the Matrix, thereby having a genuine heartfelt experience and could enjoy it and truly mourn and truly love, than to be aware of it and in it, and under the experience that all of it was pretense.
Yeah, that's very well said. Exactly what I mean, and I completely understand.
Exactly
I would want to be the same
at first, which is why you had to correct me.
That's what I was getting at.
So,
it's the opposite of where we started.
I don't see it that way, though, right? So I don't see it as either or. I believe there's a balance between the two, right? So there are times when we will know that there is fear and love, but then there's also times when we won't know what fear and love is, just depending on the circumstance, right? So perhaps like, different tastes, different ideas, right? So there are some things that we really can know, some observable truths, where there are some things that we absolutely have to subject ourselves to. Otherwise, we can't go on. The reason being is because we exist in a physical form. I know that it's been posited that the self only exists in the mind, but the reality is that without these meat suits, without the skeleton, the mind does not exist. Therefore, it's both. Does that make sense?
Seems rational to me.
Very cool. Yeah, because when it comes to what's called the duality, right? And there's the idea behind that, but if you revert back to the original choice, the choice to eat of the fruit of the knowledge of the tree of knowledge of good and bad, or good and evil, knowing what is good and evil, they already knew that it was bad to go against the direction. It was, in fact, the choice to do it that showed outwardly that they just did not care.
Hey, Richard. Have I shown you this video before? Because it's actually addressing exactly.
How about if I answer before you describe it? That would be interesting, right?
It's John the Baptist in the video game Red Dead Redemption, or what they consider it's a NPC that is becoming okay. So it's addressing what we're all talking about.
Good. And so then we're gonna quit this for tonight.
Oh, okay. Do you mind? It's like a 10-minute video. It's like, and it's really interesting. And if you could do me a favor, could you read it? Or actually, I could read it. I'll pause it and read it for those that are just listening. So I'm going to have the music off and stuff like that, because I don't know if it's going to copyright you or anything like that. So I'll just read the captions. I have it on the share right there.
Oh, I was on the wrong section.
There you go. Okay. So let me go ahead and start this. And I'm going to narrate. So this guy like really breaks down this game. It's called Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's like based in the turn of right before the 1900s, when the kind of like outlaws were still out there and things were becoming civilized. So, and here's some of the music right here. That's some of the music. So it says, the mad preacher is a deranged person who is looking for a sign from God. So I'm going to read this as it's going. And this is actual footage of the game and interactions. And then it says, you can encounter him 4 times. And when he gets with Arthur and stuff, I'm going to probably turn it back on again. The sound.
You're not there.
I'm just going to pause it. He can be seen at these locations. I don't think you're going to have a problem with this. I've streamed it many times.
I shot him there. He creeped me out so much I had to kill him.
Oh, like in the game you played it?
Yeah, literally in the game. I couldn't deal with him.
Well, this you might find this fascinating then. He can be seen at these locations. So these are the different locations you'll interact with them. This is like before we get into his dialogues, let's focus on who he is inspired by. In the game files, he's called John the Baptizing Madman. I can turn this down a wee bit, actually. It's pretty loud. This is a reference to John the Baptist.
Get away from me! Run from me!
John the Baptist was a preacher just like he is.
I don't know about the just like he is part.
Right. He also lived in the wilderness and wore worn out clothes.
Actually, it says he has a backpack.
This is
right.
Exhausting.
John the Baptist was baptizing people in rivers. That is why you can only find the mad preacher standing in rivers. Okay, just for the record, I'm not trying to establish that like this is real. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show that what we were just talking about for the last like 15 minutes is being demonstrated here in an actual video game, which is a program, which is a matrix of sorts, right? So it's kind of giving a visual of it. I'm not asserting or attesting that any of this is like true. I just don't want anyone to get defensive about it. It's just a game. The preacher desperately wants to know the reason for his existence. As do we all, right? And that's what's driving him mad. And to Dom's point, in a sense, I want to pause it there. The fact that he's so obsessed with what the point is of his existence, that is he really actually he's not even living. He's only existing. So he's not actually living out his purpose because he's so focused on what is my existence as opposed to just being. And I think that's what Dom was arguing, I think. The explanation to the Easter egg is really meta. So an Easter egg in a game is like something that the developers hide in there. Let's get into it. This is actual like footage of the game. It's really that spectacular.
Him to see me. We're not friends anymore. We're not. They won't forgive you. They didn't forgive me. There is no forgiveness. None, friend. None.
The preacher refers to God as he and they. He is a reference to Sam Houser, which is the developer of Rockstar, or the owner or whatever, producer. He is the president of Rockstar and the main creator of its games. They refers to all the other devs who worked on Red Dead Redemption 2. So perhaps the angels, the coders.
That's why I'm out here, well away from them. They come for me, but I'm watching. I never sleep.
Sounds like Isaac.
Never do.
The preacher says that they come for him. It's a nod to the devs creating and editing his PED model, meaning his pedestrian model, like how a mobile or whatever they would call it in a video game.
I'm in so much pain. He won't send me the message. He won't. I've been here for years, and nothing.
So it's interesting as he's saying this. I'm not trying to prolong it too much, but those who have eyes to see, let them see. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. And I know that references something different. I would really want to study that out, so I'll either stop misquoting that or I'll better understand it. But it seems to me that even if God were talking to him he's still not going to hear it because he doesn't have the ears to hear. And you're going to see why, because he's actually the signal. This character is actually the signal, and he doesn't, and the signal doesn't know he's the signal to talk to him. He's unaware that he's the message. So therefore, the message never gets delivered. He's looking for some sort of message so he can understand the reason for his existence. Rockstar gave him a signal. He's having interactions with the player. That's the main player character right there.
Right.
Everyone else, right? Who is the reason why RDR2 World was even created. So this almost kind of speaks to the jealousy of Lucifer, right? In a sense, too, because this whole world was created for us. And Lucifer wanted it. He coveted it. He coveted the worshiping. And I know I'm taking a lot of license here. But it also kind of goes to the fact that he's now interacting, but he thinks like, well, why was the world not created for me? Like, what's my message? Why am I not important enough, you know?
Are you the signal? I don't think so. How do you know? How do I know? How do I know?
How do you know? How do I know? How do any of us know? Right? Discernment. There you go. That's a good word, Dom. Perfect word. He's lacking in discernment. Oh, it says Arthur isn't aware that he's the signal, so the preacher still doesn't understand the message.
This is total madness. I know it is, but I can't.
Now watch. Now, do you remember we were talking about schizophrenia?
Right.
So he just had a reaction to something unseen by Arthur's eyes, so now he just looks like a crazy madman. He's being poked by something but he just explained, and we know that this is a program, and so the developers will move him around, change his clothing, put him in a different location, pick him up, and put him down. So he's being touched, but we can't see that he's being touched because the game designers don't want to ruin our immersion, right?
Right.
I'm feeling very abandoned, very ignored. See, I asked for a message, and he gave me the whole world, but no signal I can understand.
So in another version where Arthur responded to him, he said, he gave me the whole world, and Arthur's response was, that wasn't enough for you? Right. I mean, right? That wasn't enough for you? So, and it says the whole world is reference to the RDR world, which Rockstar created. And he puts them all over the place on the world, you know?
Right.
All these people, and none of them quite right.
Now, come on, man. You've never thought that looking around at your fellow man? All these people, and none of them are quite right? Have we all not looked at each other? I mean, we think we're right, and everyone else is bonkers, right?
To some extent, yeah.
So they're NPCs. They're running the scripts. The preacher's talking about the NPCs, non-player characters. They have scripts to write. You go here, you scrape the grass here with this thing, and then you go there, you wipe this down. They're all scripted and limited, and the preacher notices that.
That's very frustrating. The whole world. Wasn't that enough? No. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough at all. That's a problem. I'm so greedy. I'm awful.
Even though the preacher was given the whole world. Sounds like Satan almost now instead of John the Baptist. He still wants to know the purpose of his creation. That's why he says he's greedy.
Because everyone else is satisfied with their role.
It says, because no other character wants to know their purpose as badly as he does. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah. I mean, that kind of, I'll be honest with you, it kind of describes most of the people in this panel right now. John the Baptist character, in my opinion, demonstrates each of us asking in our own way, I mean, isn't the world enough? No, I want to know this, that, and the other thing. So here we go. It's almost over.
He's watching.
Oh, he's always watching.
Always watching. Never speaking.
The preacher wonders about his existence just like people do in the real world.
Have you spoken to him?
To who?
To him!
I don't think so. Have you?
Oh, yeah. I've spoken all the time, but he's ignoring me.
And what does the Bible say? That God does not hear the prayers of sinners, right? And he just admitted he's a sinner and he's greedy, so he hasn't repented from that. But he just wants and wants and wants.
He hates me.
He hates your sin. I think the preacher became too self-aware. I think that's what Richard struggles with. That's what I struggle with.
Why did that horse walk backwards? Did you notice?
And it said, and he's starting to notice that he's in a video game, just like you just noticed. It might be, it's everything's backwards.
It is too.
Yeah, he's putting everything backwards. But you notice that. The NPCs wouldn't notice that. They would just run their scripts, right? And it's a cool breaking the third wall kind of, or fourth wall kind of situation there. So there you go. I appreciate you sharing that, Richard. I hope that edified somewhat. I found it to be very, very fascinating and fitting to what we were talking about.
Well, it's interesting to me that anyone could make a video game that would produce any kind of income whatsoever that contains something like that. That's interesting.
Dude, if that impressed you, that game is nothing but that non-stop.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
It is one of the best games I've ever played in my life, bar none.
The storyline of that game is you don't want the game to end. It's just like if I had to get into the Matrix, like if I had to get the bugs, get in my pod and put on my VR goggles, put me in that world.
I don't get
that gorgeous.
I'm a man. I cried when Arthur died. That hurt.
Yep. Don't reveal everything. But yeah, if he ever plays it, I've never experienced a story quite as good as that story.
Okay, well, I think that was a pretty good shill. Now we're going to let everybody else shill too. Sam, you got anything going on?
No, not at the moment. Thanks for a great show.
Thanks for sharing the ability to host on StreamYard with me. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Pleasure.
None ya biz. Shilling, last thoughts, whatever you got. In 5, 4, 3, 2, Jamie.
Yeah, I'd just say that really good discussion. Enjoy coming here. Can't wait to do it again.
Right on. Dominico.
As usual, Richard, thanks. And GS, thanks for allowing me to share my underdeveloped emotions. It's always good to learn.
Yeah, I do that every other day, probably twice a day. So you're welcome.
Brick.
Yeah, brother, man. Yeah, it's been a wonderful panel. Thank you, D-Doc, as usual, panel, chat, everybody. Just a kind of a final viewpoint of mine. I do not believe that we are living in a matrix or any kind of video game. I do believe that this is the real reality. I do believe that there are real consequences to our actions. So be careful out there. And also, I also believe in the concepts of love and fear and so on and so forth. Without those, maybe I could believe that there was not a purpose, but those concepts do exist. So even if you go outside the matrix, right, those concepts will obviously still exist. There's still got to be some type of purpose outside of the quote unquote matrix. And that's what I believe. I believe that there is a real reality outside of this reality, the physical realm that exists. Thank you again, D-Doc.
Thank you. And for that matter, thank you all. Everyone, not everyone, but a lot of people say, oh, I come here and I learn something. And I go, yeah, me too. That's why I'm here. So, yeah, it's awesome every time. Thank you all so much. It wouldn't be this that it is without your participation. So thank you immensely. Till next time, guys. Peace and respect to you all. I look forward to the day. Oh, wait, none of you biz. You want to shill anything?
Yeah, just real quick. I copy, paste, print, and put at 38 font, landscape view, taped from the back, and put in vertical scroll form each of the 4 gospel authors' account of the Passion Week. There were 3 different donkey rides. It's beautiful. I would love to share it with anybody anytime.
Lovely. Okay, and how does someone get a hold of you to review that with you or something?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I don't even know. I can give you my phone number. I mean,
it's not highly recommended.
Yeah, that's well, actually, when I give out my phone number, everybody says, "What?" So I'll just give it out and I don't care. It's 402-7060-307. And I can always block somebody that trolls me. Anyway, love you, brothers.
307.
Yeah.
But
so anyway, thanks for the airtime, brothers. It's nice to meet all you guys, especially Lionheart, excuse me, Wildheart, excuse me, who I last saw in a very different state. And of course, I have not forgotten Jamie at the beginning saying something that really made me feel good. So thank you, brothers. I really enjoyed the time and learned. Yes.
Amen. Amen. All right, guys. Till next time. We'll see you around. Have peace. But you know, when I say peace and respect, what I really mean by that is, may you accept truths so that you have peace. And may you understand in those truths that you and who you're interacting with will become angels, and they already deserve that amount of your respect. So there's a full breakdown of what I actually mean when I say that. Night, guys.